Okay. Oh, okay. For whatever reason, my webcam audio was not set to be webcam audio. Hello. Welcome to the stream. You know what? It's Friday the 13th. It's super unlucky today. I guess that is actually maybe a thing. Hi. Welcome to Feedback Friday. I'm your host, Jacob. We're doing art today. Uh, and I guess I got struck by the bad luck of of the day. Hopefully that was it. Um, but yeah, so it's me again. Hello. You'll probably see me again next week because Dave is on holiday right now, enjoying some much deserved time off. And so we're doing more art. I don't have anything that is like specifically, this is the task that I need done by the end of this week. So it's kind of open. Now, because it is like Halloween season and it's Friday the 13th, it's kind of like a big part of me is like, I want to draw like spooky Halloween stuff, but Halloween is already live in the game. It's released right now. So if we did anything, it wouldn't be until next year that it would probably make it into the game. So that's a possibility if we wanted to kind of like fit the tone of the day. Otherwise, we could just kind of like figure out what we would like to work on together. One of the things that was raised last week that is quite interesting and I want to maybe have as a consideration is we're going to be going over the 1,000 like permanent area mice. We've already surpassed the 1,000 mice when we include event mice, but we're right at the cusp of kind of like permanent area, non-event mice 1,000. And the area that we've been working on does actually kind of get us over that benchmark. And internally, we haven't really had that kind of like, realization, I think. We haven't really had like a discussion around it. But you guys brought that up, and it was very, very good point. So one idea I have is we could potentially do a M1K mouse. Now, that comes with some caveats. The team has no idea that I am even proposing this, so hi if you're watching right now. It would mean that we might work on a character that might not make it into the game because we have literally no plan in place for adding another kind of like extra mouse in the roadmap. Now, when it comes to something like the M1000, that could be something that is kind of like, oh, we might figure out a way to kind of fit it in easily, easily. Like, it's possible we could just be like, okay, we're just going to drop it into kind of like the King's Arms or something like that, or the tournament hall. But like, it'd be cool if there was some kind of quest, but like that would be overpromising on something that I've literally not discussed with any other team members, so I don't want to do that. But yeah, what are we thinking? Okay, we can hear me, that's good. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, the M1K mouse, we'll release it into the salt mines, and that's where you can find it. Yeah. Platinum Crown Collector. You think you like the M1K better? Yeah. I guess the thing with the M1K is there is only one shot at getting that mouse in, whereas the Chrome kind of or like Platinum Collector or something like that, that can come at any time. It would be nice to have stuff like that, but yeah, it's not a like there isn't a very specific window that would make the most sense. Whereas it wouldn't make a lot of sense to add this after we go past that mark. So the challenge with something like this is if we go through with it, it's quite possible that we will not be able to fit it with the actual release, which would bring it over 1,000, then it wouldn't make as much sense. And it would require us to basically package it up with the next actual content release. So, are we okay just kind of futzing around doing art and potentially wasting the day together? It's been a light week. We are between kind of releases and ramping up for other stuff right now. So it is technically the week to kind of futz around anyways. We've been doing a lot of kind of like internal housekeeping, like organizing our files and kind of like digging up old docs to kind of revamp them and kind of like assess kind of like where we can kind of like focus on the non kind of like imminent fires that we're always kind of like jumping onto. So it's been a nice little fresh kind of moment to kind of recalibrate some things. But yeah, so this is an opportunity. We could also do repaints. We could dig up some old bad art and just give it fresh life. One of the ones I was looking at was potentially repainting the Hollowhead mouse. So that's also Halloween themed. But out of the cast of event mice, it's kind of on the like less loved in terms of the aesthetics. So that's definitely one that I know we could like no promises, but like we could even potentially kind of like swap that this year, but I don't want to confirm that would happen. But yeah, so ooh, Darko, that's a really good idea actually. Make him a liquid metal like the T1000. I mean, that's actually like a brilliant reference. I love that. But yeah, like we could do header illustrations for like areas that do we have any existing? I feel like we've nearly got all of them. Journal themes, just in general repaints of stuff that would kind of benefit from looking a little more fresh, or even just, I don't know, concepting stuff together. I don't know. What do you all want to work on today? And possibly next week. We'll see. Yeah. The M1K3, the mic mouse. Okay, yeah. Would vote for revamping a mouse or adding more snow to the map, something that would be in game. That's fair. What is the orange thing behind me? Well, I have a pumpkin filled with some orange LEDs. But if you're talking about this is like my ADD personal calendar that has every day of the year as just a block that I try my best to kind of fill in every day. And when I do that, I try to be a little bit productive on stuff, and it's just kind of tries to keep me focused at times. So it's a little tool I made for myself. New trap possible to work on. So the thing with new traps, and there will always be new traps, is we need to kind of like have the slot that it's going in. Like we do need to kind of know what is the power type, what is the kind of like power range, and the purpose of it. Because if we just kind of create a new trap, it needs to fit. So that's kind of a challenge there. So as fun as it is to do new traps, we tend to kind of like want to have that plan in place before we actually kind of jump on to doing the creation of it. And right now, we don't have that like the next trap. I know that there is plenty that we will be doing, but we don't know what the very next kind of trap is. And also, generally, the traps will kind of like come from an area or an event, and it'll kind of tie into that theme as well. So it's a little harder to kind of like just kind of do a generic one, and then figure out where it should belong and stuff like that. So uh, perhaps next week I'll talk to the team about like if there is kind of a even potentially like because I know that those do exist potentially like earlier areas having kind of power gaps and just kind of like moments where it's like boy that's a grind to get from here to here. If we had a trap in between, that could be really like a great place to fit something. And so I wouldn't mind going and looking at that kind of stuff. We don't have anything kind of ready that I could just kind of start working on right now, though. So that might be something I'll look into, and then we might get to do something like that next week. But yeah, that comes with a little extra tape. I suppose being like, here's a brand new mouse that's going to require some kind of permanent content that we now add to the game in an unexpected way. That also has a lot of tape, but because there's like this time limit, then I'm kind of a little more like, ooh, I want to do that. However, we will still have time. So it's not like I have to do it this week to create that. It might be more prudent for me to talk with the team and like we set up a meeting about like, okay, we want to do this and here's the plan. And then I might get more of kind of like what this mouse might actually need to be to fit kind of like what we could do. So I might put that off, and see if we can set up a meeting around it next week or the week after when Dave is available. And because Dave's usually like the main kind of roadmap understanding guy. He'll kind of be able to be like, oh, okay, like we could actually fit it if we do it like this. We fit it this way, etc. So that would be a good thing to discuss before we really commit to it. But at the same time, I sometimes run out of the premise of asking for forgiveness after doing a thing to the behest of my team, or probably not the right word for that, but yeah. So it's possible I could be like, all right, so we need to talk about the potential of adding that like the 1000 mouse, that M1000. Now, if you look over here at this window, you'll see this drawing that I've already created, and the player base is already highly aware of it existing because I've illustrated it. So now, kind of just like, guess we got to do it. So that's not ideal. It's not an ideal way to be a team member, so I probably won't do that, but it's a little tempting, I'll say. But yeah, so maybe this week, let's figure out some kind of redraw or like just art that we're more confident is going to kind of go and be useful. And then yeah, I'll talk to the team and see about kind of that M1K because we do have some time before that's going to be like imminent. We're in the kind of the flow of the event season, and so during this time we don't release permanent content because it does jump from one kind of like big event to another, and we like to have just a little bit of breathing room for you all before it's like, oh wow, cool, this permanent content just released, and oh, here's the great winter hunt that I got to go focus on now. So it's kind of an after the event seasons kind of like cool down is when we'll be looking more on that side of things. So we have some time. Yeah, and also like the M400 quest wasn't necessarily that fun. So I would prefer we do something different that is kind of like still a challenge, but like it's not gonna be like go get like a billion of this really awful lab points or research points that is not fun to grind, and then yeah, like I think we'll be able to figure it out. I think we'll come up with something. I just want to make sure that we're all on board before I kind of like commit us to it, because there's literally been not really any discussion around this, so it'd be a bit unfair for me to be like, hey, we're doing this now. So yeah, new hydro trap, better than the chrome shark. It has been the big the big splash for many, many a year. So yeah, that could be at some point dethroned, certainly, and it will be. Um, yeah, as I said, with traps right now, there isn't kind of like that. Like I know what the trap should be, and I prefer to know what the trap should be before we create it, so we don't get into that situation of like I made this thing, now we got to figure out where to put it, because that is certainly like the M1000. I think that would be even more kind of like okay, we're gonna figure it out. When it comes to kind of like here's a brand new kind of like piece of content that isn't as kind of like crucial to get out at a specific time, it might just be like, yeah, when we figure it out. And that's what happened with the gang boss for who ended up becoming the Paragon of Law, or the yeah like the leader of the law faction in the Floating Islands. She was created years before, or maybe not years, but a good chunk of time before as a claw shot city kind of character, but we never planned for that character, and I was like, oh, we'll just add like cooler quest stuff to introduce this extra layer, and we just didn't kind of like commit to doing that, and it just kind of held that character in limbo, which I was okay with after we finally found a place for her because I got to touch up that art, make it even cooler, and I like how that all works now. But yeah. Suggests the minimum requirement for the M1000 is to bronze crown the M400. Bit annoying, not too much, so many have already qualified. That might be, I don't know, like some people that would be like brutal, others they're already set to go. Um, that could be an interesting requirement. I think it might make sense to have the kind of like, oh, you have to have the M400 already, but then I think it would be not necessarily connected to the M400's quest itself. I would probably prefer to come up with a new, different mechanic. But yeah, I mean, if you guys want to throw ideas my way, I will pitch them to the team. But yeah. Yeah, it really was years before, with the gang boss mouse. Yeah, that's right. It was years. Yeah. Icewing, yeah, was Icewing. It didn't take too much longer, and I think Icewing was created to fit that, or was she? Hmm. That was a good while ago, so I don't fully recall. But yeah, Icewing was Icewing kind of added later. I should probably look it up, but yeah. At any rate, it'd be nice not to kind of create something that gets stuck in limbo and never sees the light of day. Usually we find ways to do it, so it's not the worst. But yeah, so we have the potential to do a repaint. It's been a long time since I've done a repaint. We could do something like pulling up the Great Winter Hunt map and just kind of adding more snow everywhere. We could kind of create like a new journal theme for something. Those are at least easier to kind of add. Now, that said, there have been journal themes that are in limbo. You might be familiar with that. And also, if I jump to here, the journal themes that I use for this, that's interesting. My camera is reversed. Something happened with like my like streaming stuff where I guess I just like reset a bunch of stuff. Let's see if I can fix this. Why are you flipped the wrong way? Can I do this live? Configure video. I feel like I've tried to mess with this before, and then the flip option it has, it flips me upside down, and that's super not useful. Um, yeah, flip vertical. Why is this flip vertically? Why is this the option? Oh man. Okay. All right. There's no flip horizontal right here, of course. That'd be apply rotation data from camera. What is that? I don't think that did anything. I'll turn that back on. Huh. Wild. Okay. There we go. Upside down Friday could become a thing, me. Yeah, maybe. It's disturbing to see. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why it won't let me. Do I need to? Okay, I'm gonna cancel that. And then no. Well, welcome to Jacob tries to do um, tech support live and has no idea what he's doing. Okay, I'm just gonna we'll go with it. It's fine. This is technically what you would see in real life if you were here. Normally, you see the mirrored version of my beautiful face because it's much easier for me to kind of like see it this way. It's more familiar for me. Like this is my left hand. Yeah, hello. All right, so thank you for all the likes. I have been noticing the emotes. I have it like in the corner of my screen, so I do see that little bloop. It's quite nice. All right, so okay, people are hoping the M1K happens. We got votes. Should be good. You know what? Okay, so it might give me more of a like, guys, we really should think about this. We have time to figure it out, and the player base wants it. So the players have spoken and made they twisted my arm. I'll bet like Norm is watching me. He usually tunes in. A few others sometimes do. So he'll know the truth about how I'm like, yeah. I mean, what could the harm be if we just kind of like created this new mouse and then sprung it on the team? But yeah, so I don't know. I think it could be a lot of fun. I am left-handed. Yeah, I'm a bit ambidextrous. Like I can't draw and write very well with my right hand, but most things I do with my right hand. But when it comes to drawing and writing, now, okay, drawing, fine. Can do that with the left hand, great. Spent a good portion, half my life at least, professionally drawing with it. So I would say I'm competent. Writing, left or right, they're both horrible. I have I could have been a doctor level writing. So there you go. Only for the reason of my chicken scratch though, not for the deft hands or knowledge of medicine and biology. So yeah, if qualifying to become a doctor was based on the handwriting alone, I would certainly be qualified. But yeah, all right. You know what? Let's see what we do. So, why would I put my face on the M1000? No. All right. I like the idea of the liquid metal. Um, Now, okay, I am going to pull up the M400 um, as reference because I think it should serve as inspiration. Uh, so let's scale this up just so we can all see it in case they don't really remember this character. So this is the M400. It was the 400th mouse that got added to the game, and Yeah, it's fun. It's got the like that translucent plastic shell. It's got the brass kind of casings, rocket feet, laser arm, sword thing, Gundam wings, glowy eyes. It's pretty rad. Um, the art, I would definitely want to kind of make that even cooler. Technically, we could do a repaint of this, but yeah. Uh, do we want to kind of like basically take something like this and make a greater generation of it? You know, like this has gone through iterations and the technology has evolved and gotten even better. It's the newest line of micro mice or whatever. Um, so yeah, like what would we enhance on this? Uh, I guess the liquid metal thing is an awesome reference, but at the same time, I don't know if it'll be as cool as just this kind of like fully crazy robotic contraption, you know? Um, oh yeah, yeah. We've skipped a couple of models. Yeah, we definitely. I don't think we'll go through the whole M series of mice to get to M1K. Um, M1000, but it's just a Chrome version of the M400. I mean, that's in a way sometimes how it goes, where it's like it's practically the same hardware for some kind of like new models of things. Like, oh, it's got a little more space, and the processor is like 3% faster or something like that. But do you see the new material, the coating on it? Ooh, it's so beautiful, or it's like a millimeter slimmer or wider. Yeah. Ooh. Maybe in addition to some kind of quest as a prerequisite, you have to have caught all of the mice. Now that actually does seem like something that is maybe appropriate for the M1000, where it's like to prove that you are worthy of kind of getting the 1000th mouse, you have to basically catch all other 999 mice. Um, a little bit complicated because technically this mouse will fit within the newest release that will be coming. Because I believe the set of mice that come with that update push it just a little beyond 1000. I don't remember the exact number. I looked at it last week, but yeah. Um, so I don't know if I would want it to be like, oh, you got to also get all the new mice from the new release before you can get this one. But technically, they would come out at the same time, hopefully. So maybe that would work. But again, it's kind of a case of like, we're definitely gonna have to figure that out internally to see what would be appropriate. Um, could do more of like an Iron Man and Endgame kind of suit, yeah. Yeah, because we want it to maybe like be a little more sleek and kind of streamlined and modern. Um, and it maybe like I would like to have a liquid metal element just because that reference is too good. Like since that was brought up, I forget who mentioned that idea, but I was like, that's brilliant, and I want to use that somehow. Um, Gen 2 could be a female version. Yeah. I mean, I kind of try to imagine most mice as um, kind of genderless for the most part, but certainly some kind of like uh, have more kind of like uh, they kind of show more masculine or feminine kind of qualities as those are deemed. Um, but yeah, so yeah, maybe we kind of give it a more feminine kind of aesthetic. And, I mean, especially since it's a robot. But yeah. Not having to catch the leprechaun would not be a part of the 1000 requirements. I believe the leprechaun is not considered within the kind of the permanent roster. I believe that the prize mice are event qualifiers, so they don't count towards that full roster. I might be mistaken though. That's a pretty old mouse, so it might kind of like not be treated, because like event mice are kind of like they only appear during the event, whereas something like the leprechaun, it can actually show up any time of the year. It's obviously most likely during the King's giveaway, but yeah, I'm not sure if it's treated as an event mouse. I think it is though. Yeah, yeah. M400 goes into its super mode, like it evolves into the M1K. I think that might be kind of like the direction to kind of like show this idea of a mouse, kind of like it's evolved. It's transformed through new upgrades, basically. So it could almost be the same mouse, and it's just gotten more souped up. And it's, I don't know, it is kind of that Terminator idea where, yeah, like the original Terminator and then the new one, it was still kind of built around similar concepts, but it was a new model of an old idea kind of thing, and it got major upgrades. It wasn't the same Terminator, just kind of rebuilt, but yeah. Hmm. Transforms like a Fourier. The Voltron type thing. Ooh, that could be interesting. It's like the M1000 is made out of other M series mice that we don't see. It has gone around and collected the M100 through M900, skipped over the M400. That one got away, and has built itself out of the others. That could be kind of a neat idea. Might explain why it doesn't have, why the other M series don't exist. So I'm gonna shrink this down, and we're just gonna start kind of like scribbling some concepts, because I feel like we've rambled for a good half hour. That's probably a good preamble ramble. Um, might as well kind of get going with some scribbling. So we are recording the time lapse. For those of you who are sticking with this VOD, it will be uploaded to YouTube. Hello. It I should, at the end of this video, maybe the final 5 minutes, go through and just kind of rewatch the whole day of art. So if you prefer to watch kind of like in a small chunk as opposed to sticking with me until several hours later, I do stream the whole day. So yeah, if you prefer that, that might be an easier way to consume this. But for those of you who like to hang out with me live and give suggestions and partake in kind of creating something that will be added to the game, hopefully, join in the chat. It's live. I am trying my best to keep an eye on the chat and take your feedback and run with it. And today is like definitely a day where I'm going to be trying to be more tuned to that. Some days when I'm working, I'm kind of like, all right, I know what I have to do, so that's what I'll be doing. Today it's a little more free game. It is going to be a little more kind of like, all right, what do you guys want? We'll try and figure it out. So yeah, let's just start kind of like, I mean, we could do the maybe like what like a lot of concept artists actually do is like kind of create a T-pose of a character design and kind of like not try and pose it, but try and solve what is this character, because I think we have a little bit of breathing room where we don't need to just kind of like find the illustration off the bat. We can solve what this character is first. And to do that more effectively, I think the best way to begin is to just really, really focus on the shape language of it. Kind of like see like Do we want like really big and burly and just, like massive arms with like robot tread feet kind of thing? I don't think that's probably the direction, but the idea is that we could kind of like figure out some kind of interesting design using the silhouette of it without having to kind of detail anything. We don't need to know what like this shape actually is, but if the shape is right, it like works for this kind of idea, like it fits somehow, then we can kind of like solve that. But yeah, I feel like the more advanced technology gets, the more kind of smooth and streamlined and like less kind of parts just kind of jumbling off and sticking out, and it's going to be sleek and streamlined. So I think the M1000 might be a lot more just kind of like elegant. So yeah, sleek. Yeah, exactly. Ooh, tentacles from like the sentinels from the Matrix, lots of eyes and optical sensors. Assaultrons from Fallout 4. I don't remember what those look like. Oh yeah. Yes. An upgraded mouse, heavily upgraded. Yeah, like that's a different direction we could go. We could take like the structure of the M400 and just like load it up, make it a battleship of a mouse kind of thing. Um, and maybe it's a combination of the two. Maybe it's like super sleek, super kind of like elegant, but then it's got like an arm that's just like opens up and just has like all these crazy things that come out of it that are just like what. Um, so one thing that I think could be an interesting inspiration is actually the Iron Giant. It's this kind of like really simple and kind of like what decade was that kind of like from, like early kind of design aesthetics. Um, but then like when it goes into like alien mode and it gets activated into the weapon, it like starts to get like actually like whoa, there's some crazy technology stuff that's showing itself. Whereas in its kind of passive form, it's like this cute, simple looking kind of gigantic robot. But yeah, I don't. Yeah, I agree. I don't know if we want it to be like super kind of transformery. But yeah, I'm thinking we'll go kind of more on the sleek and elegant side, but like having kind of maybe the potential of showing a layer underneath could be cool. Like yeah, like if the arms kind of like opened up and there was just kind of like crazy stuff that came out of it. I'm gonna look up the Iron Giant's weapon. Yeah, because yeah, you kind of like panels open up and the arms kind of like do all kinds of stuff, and there's just like all these interesting kind of like crazy alien technology layers hidden underneath. So I think it might be kind of like that concept. Now, right now I'm just like really messing around. I don't think this will be kind of like the shapes of things to come, but uh, just really blocking stuff in to kind of see what might work. And like to like really show how kind of like weirdly advanced things are. It could even be like there's just like floating segments where it's not even physically attached anymore. It's just like so advanced that it goes beyond kind of like what our kind of understanding of robotics or man-made kind of technology really does. Like, not that it's not possible to do kind of Gravlev kind of stuff, but like as some kind of robot wandering around, that seems almost like unnecessarily advanced looking to just have kind of like floating limbs or something like that. It's a little more alien, but like it's very, if it looks very intentional, I think it can work well. But yeah, something, and maybe like some kind of power core looking thing. So like maybe the hips have kind of more of this like, I don't know, some kind of like super detailed and like I'm imagining like some kind of like power orb just kind of like encased in the core that has like all these kind of details kind of etched into it, and that's some kind of like advanced supercomputer. It's like a quantum computer built into it, something like that, and that's just like floating there or something ridiculous like that. Could be neat. Just a quick little concept of like something that looks almost alien and magical. Like that's another thing is that I don't remember who said it like as a quote, but basically the more advanced something is, the more it kind of like will just look like magic to us, because it's just like our brain doesn't comprehend it, so it's just kind of, it looks magical at that point. Like if you had, you went back in time with your smartphone and a projector, and you like, went to a place that has absolutely no technology, and you're like, hey, let me like record you and then project that onto a wall. People be like, that is magic. But yeah, so basically crazy kind of like floating computers and giant, magic beam weapons. I mean, we already have kind of like this kind of laser sword, rocket feet. But yeah, I like the idea of kind of like going more on the aesthetic side of this design, and then kind of having some kind of crazy powerhouse backing it that is a little more kind of easily hidden away, I suppose, in a way that almost doesn't seem realistic, I guess. That almost seems magical. Yeah, and again, I do want to see if I can get the kind of like the liquid metal Terminator concept in here as well. And with the liquid metal concept, that does also add to that kind of like streamline potential. It's a much more elegant and streamlined design than the original Terminator, which was just kind of like a chassis of metal and then like flesh, skeletal metal. I don't know. Let's see. Okay, Arthur C. Clarke. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. That is the quote. Thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah, be careful. This highly advanced cybernetic mouse is hunting hunters, and it's so advanced it will break its way out of the game. It must be stopped. Yeah, I don't know what I want to do with the kind of arms. Like arm blade thing. I don't know. I'm not like feeling the design right now. And maybe it's because I am doing kind of like just such a bland pose. And I was doing that kind of intentionally just to see if that will be a good way to kind of like come up with a design. But like, I think it's a good way to kind of balance shapes and stuff. But at the same time, it might be kind of like, it's not the most interesting because I think I like posing stuff to find some of that interest. So it's probably a good thing to challenge myself to kind of like create something that's an interesting looking design without relying on having that dynamic um, pose to kind of make that happen. So as I said, I pretty much always like to try something a little different to challenge myself during the stream. So maybe this is part of that, is just kind of like, okay, let's try and just kind of worry less about the pose that's going to be cool and worry more about the design and locking that down before we kind of like make a cool pose for it. So I guess one thing about today is I'm not as worried about like, oh, I gotta make sure to kind of get this wrapped up today. It's gonna be a little more kind of like we can take our time and just mess around and not be like, like, oh, we have kind of like this much completed. It'll be nice to kind of like get to that point, but I'll be less worried about kind of like rendering to near completion by the end of the day as I usually am, because I think that I almost want to leave this a little bit open in case we kind of like internally are like, ooh, we should actually make it be this or that if we're going to do it at all. So shield on the other hand might be good. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Maybe it's kind of got more. Yeah, I think I need to push more of these kinds of shapes where you have like one part straight, the other part is like some kind of curve, and just kind of like contrasting things. Like there's this nice kind of like swoop with this straight, and then here's like an interesting hard edge here, and then we kind of like more gently curve that and not directly in line with each other kind of thing. So just kind of like trying to be a little bit extra aware of contrasting shapes to kind of help create this sense of elegance. If you have things that are very kind of parallel to each other, you start to get more of this industrial kind of like it's like functional and sturdy, but like it's not elegant. And if you go like too round on things, you get like too soft and like passive and kind of mushy. And I want that in between those two. I want that like sturdy and industrious and solid, but then halfway to that kind of like soft aesthetic. And that I think is kind of the realm that maybe you get a little bit more of that elegance, where there's a lot of really like a lot of ideas and design like thought and intention around the aesthetics itself. So I think there would be a lot of potential to have like lots of little kind of detail. And like I've been because I've been doing metal engraving and kind of tooling on leather and stuff like that, I've been looking at more and more kind of like highly aesthetic, kind of like just over the top material where it's like, okay, that could just be a plain piece of metal, that could be a plain piece of leather, but someone took all that time and effort to like just add design into that surface to just make it look beautiful. And so I think maybe that's kind of part of it, is kind of giving all these kind of smooth and streamlined shapes a little more kind of like added extra design work. Yeah, like another thing with like streamline is efficiency and like aerodynamics, stuff like that. So kind of like creating it so that, you know, it has elegant angles and swoops so that, you know, it would be efficient if it were flying through the air or running in a wind tunnel kind of thing. Hard edges kind of like don't work well for streamline. You have like transitions of surfaces and not really stuff kind of like sticking out. You know, so like for like this could be, you know, like one type of metal and then another type of metal, but they're kind of just a totally smooth surface. They're combined together in a way that they become one. So something like that could be nice. I don't know if we want to get any of this kind of like translucent plastic shell. I kind of feel like it would make sense to leave that in that older generation. It was the like the Game Boy Advance kind of like model where they had the clear shell. You could see the guts of the Game Boy, and now we're off on to kind of, you know, the Switch or some other handheld that has a little more kind of more modern aesthetics. Like at the time, that was the coolest aesthetic. But now we're on to a different popular material. It's not that plastic shell anymore. So I think this one will be like all metal. Maybe like rose golds and chrome and, you know, just kind of like nice kind of metal contrasts. Like blued steel kind of thing with the rose gold. Or it's maybe even like painted too. Yeah, right now I'm not posing the character. Right now I'm kind of like, what is the aesthetic? I'm trying to solve kind of like what are the shapes that this character is, and I'm actually planning on completely redrawing this. So maybe its head is a hologram. That could be kind of interesting. Or it has like some kind of emitter. I'll figure out how to do the hologram aesthetic. It's a little bit harder to kind of do, I think, with just a grayscale sketch, but yeah, like maybe that's kind of part of the kind of like more advanced look. It's like this crazy, like, hard to destroy body, and then its head itself is just this kind of like uh, ghostly hologram. That could be kind of neat. But yeah, I think it'll be a lot of like bright polished metals. Like maybe there's because like in this one we have like crude rockets for flight, uh, and like that's awesome. You got them rocket boots, but what if it's more kind of like um, uh, in Wall-E there's that like the super advanced droid which has kind of like just kind of like smooth limbs and just kind of like emits kind of just pulses that get it to fly. So maybe it's kind of using that kind of flight model. So there's just kind of like rings of kind of this energy which is alien. It looks magical because we're like, what is this? What is this like? I don't understand. I've never seen this in real life. It must be magic kind of thing. But no, it's just some kind of cool technology. Maybe there'd be like some emitter panels or something like that on the sides that are matching that color and kind of indicate that it is causing whatever those pulses are. Kind of like in the Matrix with the ships that they have, those kind of like big kind of pads on the sides, which just kind of blast off energy, and that's how they like fly around. Stuff like that. Where it's like, I don't really know what that is, but it looks cool. Yeah, I think I like the idea of there being this kind of like core here. And that is like the powerhouse of this mouse. It's this like sphere that is just kind of like spinning and like is kind of the source. That could be neat. All right, so I think I kind of dig this direction somewhat. I think it's not quite there, but I think I might be able to start to pose it and then tweak. Yeah. Holding an essence of destruction, or maybe have it in its core. Ooh, yeah, that could be cool. I remember it, but I don't remember it, Essence of destruction. Yeah, that was the event horizon trap. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so it's just this, like, just super dangerous looking glow of doom. I mean, the name is pretty appropriate for it. Okay, I like that. Essence of destruction. Yeah, so we could have kind of like some of the tech vibes, but they like become the hologram of the head, and it kind of gives that like translucent-ish feeling. And then we kind of get more advanced metals, meteorology, and kind of like put more aesthetic focus onto it. And then having this kind of like crazy, weird energy core, compute core with like all the parts are like floating around it. It just doesn't even seem real. and then that, like, one of the arms just kind of opens up and becomes this crazy, dangerous thing. Yeah, okay. All right, I think that gives me a bit of an idea. So I'm going to move this over here, and we'll just shrink all of this down. Just get rid of that. I don't need that. Go move that over a bit as well, and now we're going to try and find the pose for this character. So the M400 is pretty passively just kind of like hovering around. Do we want this one to be more like action pose? I think I want it to be more active and dangerous. So let's see. Now I want it to be in a posture that we can kind of like describe a lot of different things. Like we can describe the materials and sort of the characteristics of the character. I want to make sure that we see kind of like what things are so they're understandable. Because so much of it is going to be just like foreign, it's a little more kind of like, okay, we need to make sense of it. If a lot of this doesn't make sense just to what we are familiar with, it can be harder if we do a pose which is obscuring a lot of stuff. So let's see, some kind of dynamic pose though that's fighty. You know, it's doing battle. So maybe it's kind of like leaping. Although with the hover stuff, maybe it doesn't need to be a leap. Yeah. How would a super advanced mouse kind of do battle? I feel like it might just kind of like float above everything and just blast down, you know, just do what you need to win kind of thing, but it's like got its arm kind of extended. But yeah, I'm not certain that's as interesting as it could be if it's just kind of like hovering and, you know, blasting stuff from above, right? Like I think I want it to be more in the doing its cool moves, but like on the ground or something. Yeah. Yeah, going all gun kata, but with the lasers, basically. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I mean, it could be like blocking, and it's kind of coming at us, and you know, it has almost this like nearly invisible shield on it that's being emitted by it. And it's just like, I'm so powerful I can just have fun with it, maybe. You know, I don't need to blast you with like the giant Tokyo cannon from Neo Genesis. It can come in with its cool laser sword arm because it fears not. It is the perfect hunter. So yeah, I almost want to look up like some like Street Fighter art or something like that. They always have like pretty fun poses. Get some inspiration from various fighting media. Hi, Charlie. And nothing is like super inspiring for it just yet. But we'll figure it out. I'm not worried. A cat has appeared. Yeah, so if we do too much of a side profile, we risk kind of like obscuring some elements that I think might tell us more about how cool this design could be. But I think we'll figure it out. But yeah, so I kind of like the idea of this head is like a hologram. So having stuff behind it to help sell that idea that, you know, like it is see-through. It's just this light projection. So other light is still passing through and coming into our eyes. So having stuff behind is going to assist in kind of showing that potential, because currently, you know, it's going to be on a white background, and having just glowy light on a white background is a little bit harder. It's nice to put a backing behind it to kind of like let it glow on top of something that's not the brightest thing on the page, right? So and then I do want there to be the potential of the liquid metal still. Just I haven't solved how I want to do that, is the thing. Thank you for all the emotes. The emote spam. I see you. I see you. Yeah, and if I put the elbow in the wrong spot, it's like kind of going to potentially obscure the whole like floating torso kind of idea. So I want to be a bit cautious about that. And yeah, like this pose feels really stiff, so super not there yet. But like kind of just coming up with maybe some concepts. So we got crazy arm. I'll just call it crazy arm for now. And maybe a bit more of a kind of like lunging pose. That's kind of going away. Don't know if this makes a lot of sense yet. It's one of the challenges of painting live, is it's kind of like, okay, it might not look like a lot until I've kind of put in enough detail to make more sense of it, but I kind of have an idea of what it might look like in my head, and it's just trying to put that onto the page. But yeah, I also don't always, like, I don't really see the image in my head as well as other people can, and I often have to kind of like, I have like some concepts that I think would work, and ideas, but like what that'll actually look like, I'm not sure, so I have to actually draw it to see it a lot of the time. Okay, yeah, I do not like this pose. It's just kind of clunky and not at all elegant. I'm just gonna Not even go there. Just wasn't working. Okay. Yeah, floating orbs, epic stuff. Yeah, I want to get that kind of stuff. I almost wonder if like some kind of just like not even threatened pose where it's kind of just like hovering there and like looking at the essence of destruction floating in its hand or something cool. Where it's kind of it's like not even paying attention to you because it doesn't need to. So get more like shapes that flow, I think is like I think I need to do more scribbling like this to kind of find that where it's more about kind of like these flowing shapes. I think that'll help with kind of creating an elegant pose. So maybe I feel like maybe this is a little more getting towards a certain elegance. Upgraded version of the Warmonger's flaming sword as an option. Yeah, maybe. Gun kata pose. Arms spread along, shooting on the sides. Equilibrium. The back arm needs to slim down. I like the shape of that wrist. So I want to kind of get some of that in here. artists I should probably look at is, I think, Creature Box. I've talked about them before, but the shape language from those artists is like incredible. They really, really, really push stuff to the extreme, and it works so well. So I don't know. I kind of want to get more of that quality somehow. They're very inspiring. I've never been able to come close to their ability to just really get that shape language to work. So I think I'll push it a little bit more, see what's possible. Like some of the time, it like they literally go to spindly needles for their arms, you know, and it's such an extreme that I don't try to go that far. So I think I'll try that a little more. Maybe like the fingers are like these vicious hooks. Extra danger. That's pretty scary almost, you know. Like, I do not want to mess with this character. Yeah, and actually, like, I kind of got this almost like cloak design suddenly happening, and now I'm kind of like, what if there's this like liquid metal drapery? Like maybe that's the idea, and it kind of adds this like curious elegance to it, where it's just like, huh. It's using its super advanced metals to make design choices, you know? Like, that's interesting. Where it cares more about its form than its function, perhaps? Maybe that's the folly of this character, is weakness. Or it's showing off, and it's that capable, right? That it can kind of use its resources for that purpose. So that could be interesting. So it'd be like this chromed cloak kind of look to it, right? And maybe we'll have other metals kind of playing within that. Oh yeah, it does kind of give a little bit of that snowflake mouse vibe. Yeah, I think because she has that like pretty much the same pose, I think. Let me check that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I think that is a relatively similar design. Right? It's definitely not the same, but like that mouse does have quite a nice elegance to her. So honestly, I'm not opposed to kind of like using similar qualities. It certainly will end up looking like a totally different mouse. We're not going to be worried about confusing the two. This pose is similar, but it's not the same. The cloak and all kinds of elements, like the floatiness of it and all that, they are quite similar. So good catch on that. But yeah, I mean, I don't think that that's a bad thing for it to kind of share that aesthetic. I think that is the goal, in fact. Yeah, there aren't infinite poses after all. That's fair. There are definitely a lot of bad poses, and I try to avoid those. But like, there are certainly many poses that we'll discover that will be awesome. But yeah, yeah, there are not infinite poses. Um, I have a friend of mine who, during art school, um, would pose for drawing, being kind of like the life model for people to kind of draw as reference. And it's kind of a case of like, you kind of can only come up with so many poses that you can do for people to draw, you know. So it's challenging. Not an easy thing. But at least with illustration, they can be more dynamic. With someone being a model for someone to draw off of, they need to be able to hold some kind of pose and uh, stand there for like 10 minutes kind of thing. So with like a jump kick or like flying stuff like that, there's a lot more that can be done than that. But yeah, only technically so many poses, I suppose. But I don't think we've done most of them. Because like you can have the same pose, but like different angles. You can do things with props and lighting and all kinds of stuff where it won't even necessarily feel like the same. So I'm not too concerned. So it's like this back leg. Should it be kind of pushing off to kind of like kind of do that vibe, or is it kind of like forward like this? That kind of like, I don't know, like I don't want it to be like, I've propped my leg up on something, because that's almost what it would have to be with the weight distribution, right? You're like, you're standing on a box. Great. I think, and it just kind of like, just floating there kind of works. But yeah, I'm thinking maybe this one is kind of almost pushing off, and they're just kind of like floating forward while staring at this beautiful piece of destruction. It's like captivating danger or something like that. It's fascinated by it, or who knows what. Yeah, I think the hologram face will add a level of kind of technology that, I don't know, somehow it doesn't make sense, but it somehow feels a little bit close to the M400, which I'm gonna just move that onto a different layer. Nope, not copy, cut. There we go. So I want the M400 still there. I think there's a Christmas mouse this is reminding me of, because this arm is feeling like a cane, and I'm like, what mouse is that? I feel like there's one with a cane that has a similar pose. Let's see. Maybe I was thinking of the Miser mouse, I guess. Not quite. Not quite the same. I feel like there is someone that has a little bit more of this pose, but who would they be? I don't know. Well, at any rate, I don't think I'm going to have them kind of pushing off of the crazy cannon arm as it's a cane or something like that. The engine's here from Sunken Sea. Let me see. Yeah, actually, it does kind of have... Maybe that was what I was thinking of. I'm going to bring that in just so anyone who doesn't remember what that looks like can see it. Yeah, no, that might be sort of the character I was thinking of. Here, I'll flip her, and yeah, so not quite the same, but kind of get that feeling. I like the arched back a lot more. It feels more elegant with that. There's this kind of like flow that I think is, you know, giving us that grace, that elegance. So that's good. I definitely think this pose feels elegant. And I almost wonder if the toes should almost come together. It feels less balanced, so I don't think I like that. Like it made it feel a little more precarious. I almost wonder if this back leg should be kind of, you know, it's like pushing off more. So it's more kind of like straight down at the ground. And then maybe this front leg is kind of more compressed. I don't think this is going to work how I want it. But let's just see what happens. It's more kind of like, oops, a little too like jumping into action, I think. Yeah, not quite it. I think this isn't bad. Like that flow here. And then I think the cape with this arm and this shoulder kind of flow here. So I think I just need to maintain some of these shapes to get that elegance. Also, am I thinking of, let me check out the birthday. Was it the Willy Wonka boy? Nope. Nope, not Vincent the Magnificent. Alright, I can't think of the mouse. But yeah, maybe it was the engine seer. I'm just looking through a bunch of mice. Actually, you know what? Maybe it's the snooty mouse I was thinking of. Actually, I think it might have been the snooty mouse. Not quite the same, but again, it's kind of got a little bit of that like turn to the side, you know, with the focus directed off and the kind of posture turned away outside of us. So it's kind of that, maybe. I think this was the mouse I was thinking of. Yeah. Again, like, I think what we have here is much more elegant than any of these. The snowflake mouse is probably the closest to the kind of like the form really that I'm wanting it to embody. Yeah, I do like, yeah, she feels elegant, you know? There's this flow, a liquidness to the pose. And then I think we'll have a lot of fun detailing it. Can have like some nice surfaces that we can just add elegant details that are just like unnecessarily ornate, and then making sure that there's this layer of like magical feeling technology permeating the character will definitely give the kind of the aesthetic I think we want. All right, so I can hide my references nice and easy now. Those at the bottom. All right, let's see. So I don't know about this arm stuff. It's okay. But I think if we want more of a flow, maybe we kind of smooth it out to be kind of like that kind of a curve as opposed to this straight edge. Although, if I want to do more of the contrasting shape language, which I think we do want, you know, having kind of like straight contrasted with curve, and like straight contrasted with curve is kind of the stuff I need to discover around this point, right? And right now, like this is, you know, too parallel, right? That doesn't give us a nice kind of elegance when it's just that. So like I think maybe this does work because it's straight, because that could be curved. But do we need to curve this and then do something more straight with that, right? Like, is that more of the play, I wonder? Again, I have no idea what I want this arm to do. But I think if I do kind of solve the shapes, then I can kind of like work with that to figure out what it needs to be actually. I like the idea of these feet kind of like being these softer, kind of like ballerina toes or something like that. They don't have kind of like the toes splayed to stand off of. They're straight, and just kind of make them float. Ooh, arm could be a stream of nanobots forming an arm. Yeah, that could be neat. Okay, would this side be straight, and that's the smooth curve. I think this one's the curve and this one's the straight here. Yeah, basically right now I'm just kind of like, okay, what side is straight, what side is curved? And then not having things kind of like be symmetrical, essentially. having the weapon arm 90 degrees and then partially blocking the closer hip. So yeah, like turning this like that kind of thing. Could work. I wonder. We also haven't really done anything with the tail. That can be another kind of like way to utilize shapes. I think that'll also be like a liquid metal kind of idea, maybe. Or maybe it's like more of that floating nanobot kind of idea. Or it's interesting segments with like an energy beam kind of like running through it all. Actually, that might be kind of cool. There are these kind of like, almost like the vertebrae themselves, but it's metallic kind of vertebrae. And then there's, yeah, just this like energy beam crackling between them all, forming this tail. I think that could be cool. Where the tail goes, I'm not sure. I think that can be used to kind of like do more balance of shapes where needed. It's like, I don't know if this cape is working well right now. Like, I kind of think it should be more like a shawl kind of vibe. Maybe? Covering an area like that might be good. And if it has this kind of, I'm going to do this on a layer below. It has this kind of smooth curve here. Maybe we want that to be more of a straight angle there, across. We have this curve. I don't know, maybe I don't want this front arm to be the curve that I've been trying to make it. So one thing I'm trying to do a lot more as well is kind of like find a few angles and then use those same angles across. So we have like this arm angle here, and then I'm gonna look around and be like, okay, what other parts could match, you know, this angle? And so it's like none of the leg stuff is doing that, and I think that maybe that's not ideal. Like maybe the front leg here should have more of this angle. Maybe that would be good. I've just found that like when things start to kind of like use a lot of the same angles and it kind of has a certain repetition throughout, it actually kind of like unifies things a bit more. All right, Charlie. Yeah, the cape made of nanobots could be cool, where it's like near the bottom, maybe kind of like they're like recollecting or something, and there's like gaps or something in it maybe. Ooh, a twisting helix of liquid metal. That could be really good for one of the limbs, like the legs, the tail, the arm even. All that would work well. I think that was suggested for the tail. Yeah. I haven't been kind of on top of the chat as well as I should be, but I like that. Difficult, but neat. Okay, so should the front be more of this kind of smoothness? I think the cape is maybe kind of starting to fight us a little bit, but we'll figure it out. I like it though. I think that there is something that I want to make work with that. Okay, but anyways, we're looking at angles right now. So we got the potential to move this leg in that kind of angle. And then if we have this back leg doing this angle, the other legs kind of matching that can make sense. But like, I almost want this back leg to match the that, but then the actual pose of the feet doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, why would the legs be doing this right now? Kind of going to a weird point. It'd be probably better for the front leg to do that and the back leg to match the other. Yeah, so more like this, and then the front here. But then it's like two walking. Not quite right. Maybe it was good how it was, actually. Cancel that. Yeah, it's not there. The legs are not quite right. I think the front one is okay with these angles. Right? So it's like doing that. And then the back one, I think I need to tilt that in just a little bit more. Like, I kind of want that one to be the one that's pushing off more. I could also not use this steep of an angle for the arm here. Like, maybe it would be better to bring it up and then yeah, like, I think as long as I have this back arch, I think we're good. And I think this leg is useful for extending that, so I think I do need to just make that straighten out more. Yeah. I think that helps with that flow. Okay, we're coming up on 1 o'clock, which is when I'll be taking my lunch break. It is 1:47 now. Yeah, and almost, okay, so like this front arm, maybe we like have it just kind of out behind, you know? Like it almost, they almost have like this dance going on, which I think is kind of giving us that elegance, right? Giving that kind of dancing posture, I think. Um, so yeah, if like, what if this was just like a giant scythe arm now, but it's like nanometer, like just so thin that it weighs nothing. Have it be like a translucent metal or something so thin that you can see through it. And then it could have, you know, like weird technology kind of feeling to it. Maybe. Maybe. Again, like it does kind of give us that liquid Terminator vibe, which I think is good. Palm of the right hand could be facing upwards. The hand that's closer to us, because I do flips and stuff, like I start to lose track of what is the right hand, what is the left hand. So yeah, like the foreground arm or the background arm, I guess is the question. Like, I feel like maybe you were talking about raising the palm kind of like that, perhaps, right? That might have been what you were suggesting. Like, I feel like this is a telling angle here. And what might be good is actually giving us a 90-degree angle here. Because there's a certain kind of like just power that gives a pose if you have like 90-degree angles. So maybe we start with that angle. And see what comes out of it. So I think we're getting more into the snowflake pose. Well, no, that's much more arm raised up. Ooh, that's neat. I like the idea of it collecting and upgrading parts/weapons of existing mice. Yeah. Who suggested that? That's a neat idea. I might have missed the original person suggestion, but that's a cool idea. Yeah, it has been going around harvesting and upgrading itself is terrifying, and really like kind of gives you the idea of its power that is like the danger. So I like that. That's neat. Yeah, also when we say like its right hand, you know, like it's also like, are we talking stage right? Like from the mouse's perspective, the right hand from our perspective. So yeah, foreground, background will be easier to kind of understand. Yeah, okay, so like if we had this character going around harvesting others for its upgrades, feel free to just drop ideas of like what it has collected and integrated into its form, because I like that idea. I think it'd be really interesting to kind of play that idea up, but I'm going to need your input on what it might have gone and collected that might be recognizable, you know? Like, you might be like, wait, I think that came from this or that. And, like, it could be stealing parts from traps, right? That would make a lot of sense. So, yeah, let me know what ideas you have around that, because I think that's neat. Even if we don't end up putting this mouse in the game, like, what a fun kind of concept to make a pretty terrifying monster of a creation. Yeah. Ooh, the bulwark of the Ascent's shield. Yes, that's a neat one. It might be hard to kind of like capture the elegance if we're kind of like grabbing a lot of pieces from other mice and kind of kit bashing them on. But if we can do it, I think it'd be neat to try. We could also steal form, language, material qualities, certain aesthetics from specific mice. Like the Bulwark of the Ascent has kind of like certain shape languages in the armor plating, which has some elegance to it. It's definitely a heavier, bulkier, kind of like plated fierceness to it, but like there's certain kind of qualities like the material look, the kind of like runic kind of etching and glowy magics and stuff. So that could be something. Yeah, less kitbash, more inspired by. Yeah, exactly. So like instead of like grabbing that whole giant shield and just like slapping it on and being like, this now is going to fit, you know, which I think it could. Like that might work if I just straight up take that, you know, weapon from them. But yeah, like maybe it's more kind of like it has parts of that integrated into its design now. It's got like the eclipse beam that is on the shield itself. And there's kind of like some kind of plating and such that overlaps in kind of interesting ways. That feels a little more kind of like the bulwark. And it could be like the material itself is certain metals. So it like stole, or it formed its arm out of kind of the either stolen parts and materials from a bulwark that it is like just basically be like, I'm taking this power now. Or it like its nanobots were inspired and it's just kind of like copied it. Like the T-1000, the Terminator, it didn't just like decide to be like, you know, that specific human look before it actually like found that human to kind of like steal its form, right? Like that was an actual person in that film that like it was basically, I'm replacing you now and going to kind of like, you know, be disguised as this actual person. I think, yeah, it didn't have a defined form until it stole it, I think. It's been a long time since I've seen that film, but, you know, let me know if I'm wrong about that. Yeah, so this kind of like, kind of darker kind of metal, you know, we can get the runes along there, and then it's like, okay, cool, this was the bulwark of the Ascent that it like took that idea from. And maybe there's like other mice that we can kind of like use for different parts. Mythweaver's quill. Ooh. Yeah. Calorignus is rib. Balak's necklace. Hey, Balak's necklace. Let's go. All right. Let's see. I feel like, yeah, we need to have that now. Just because it's you guys. So. Balak the Banished. I mean, yeah, we could have kind of like a strand just like floating that has like 3 objects, right? And then, you know, I gotta do the thumbnail on these objects just so that we can change it later and take that away, right? Magnetic Golem's oven thing for an engine. Oh yeah. Yeah, the furnace. I mean, that could actually be like up here. There's this kind of furnace thing going here. Yeah, you know what? I'm into this. Just like, let's just build this mouse out of other mice. Like you guys originally, like there was a suggestion about that. And I was just like, I don't know how we would do it, but I think this is making more and more sense for that. Plus, you know what, if we're gonna do something like that on, you know, like it is the right thing to do on stream because I want you all to build this mouse for me, right? Like, what should this mouse have? What, you know, it will be your creation. Okay, we are at 1 o'clock. So it is time for me to take a lunch break. Let's see. I think we're going in the right direction, though. I'm thinking this is getting elements that I think are appropriate for the concept of what this mouse even represents, you know? It is the 1000th mouse, so it being made up of other mice that it was like inspired by, I think is super radical. I like it. And it'll be a little bit its own thing as well, for sure. But yeah, let's see where this can take us. Like, we might literally spend the whole day just adding parts and trying to integrate it in a good way. You know, I don't want to force things that are just kind of taking away from the aesthetic. But I like this idea. I'm having fun with this, and I don't hate the pose. It's not necessarily like the perfect pose. But I think we'll refine and tweak and push and pull until we get to where it like really shines. So yeah, let's sit on this. We're gonna take our lunch. I will put up a little time lapse of what we've done so far. Also, I should save this. That's a great thing to do, I've heard. So let's do that. Let's M1K mouse. There we go. Saved. Okay. Something from Icewing or Dreller. Yeah. Yeah, let's okay, we're gonna take our break. I'll be back in like 58 minutes. I'll put up a timer. You'll know exactly when I'm gonna return. And I want you all to basically come up with like what are some really iconic pieces of a mouse that like people will recognize and be like, wait, is that this this mouse, and kind of like I think the more we can really hide in it, I think that'd be even cooler. So let's like come up with a bunch of ideas. Feel free to share them when you have them, and I'll come back and look through the chat when we return. And we're just gonna try and just jam as many in, but like not ruin this design. You know, we'll see what's possible. It might be hard, but we'll try. I think it'll be a fun challenge. So yeah, I will be back soon. I'm gonna take my lunch break, and we're just gonna keep cracking at it. I'm having fun. Hope you are as well. I'll have a Larry link for you all when I return as well. But yeah, I basically want to make this like, hey, team. You can blame Feedback Friday chat. It was entirely them. You know, like they designed the whole thing. They wanted this, and you know, here we go. If we want to put it in the game when the new area comes out as the 1000th mouse, then you know maybe we'll start thinking about that and do something really simple. But we already have the art, so yeah. Sorry to the team. Hi everyone. But yeah, my apologies for kind of just bringing this out of nowhere. Um, I believe in us. Okay, I'm gonna go and eat because I need to. Okay, I'll be back soon. and we're back. Perfect timing, Charlie. Come here. Here. Let's go to this camera. Say hello. Say hello. No, you're being camera shy. Hey. Okay, you can fall asleep on my lap till my legs fall asleep as it goes. All right, so we're back from lunch. I have a Larry link for you all. Put it in the chat now. Boop. Yeah, there's a lot of like interesting ideas being thrown around in the chat. Lots of very creative, fun things. So let's scroll back up. All right, so we're gonna go quite a ways back. But yeah, like there's stuff like the Warmonger's Flaming Sword, the Bulwark of the Ascent Shield, which we've kind of added here as the Scythe. Reaper's Scythe. I think that like we can almost kind of like merge things together as well. Like the Bulwark of the Ascent is a shield, but kind of forming it into the Reaper's Scythe kind of iconography. And it's interesting because like this mouse is going to be, especially if we're going in this direction, which I'm really enjoying, it's going to become this representation of the mice, you know, the thousands of mice that exist. So I like the idea of it going around and kind of like merging ideas from the other mice into itself. Let's see. Yeah, liquid metal versions of other mice weapons and such. And it could even have like floaty stuff around. There was like an earlier idea that someone mentioned about just like, yeah, these like floating orbs just kind of like dancing around, orbiting. And those could be kind of like, instead of just simple orbs, it could be kind of forms of things from the world that may be inspired or this mouse deemed worthy of its edition. Yeah, Fulmina's tooth. Yeah, Balak's necklace. I like that. I think I might actually move it to the wrist and kind of make it a bracelet, because it feels too weirdly stretched out on the shoulders right now, like this, I think. Calorignus's rib. The Mythweaver's quill could be interesting. That one seems like it might be, like it's an item of incredible power. The retired Minotaur's fuzzy slippers. The most powerful relic of all. Yeah. Yeah, and then an idea about stealing trap parts rather than from other mice kind of makes it more like threatening to the hunter itself, like it's defeated other hunters and taken from them. That's kind of a cool concept for sure. Yeah, lightning sparks, and then kind of like making it the purple lightning, so it's kind of got that Fulmina. I think I will use that for maybe the tail. And I might actually create just like a layer that's kind of pointing out, you know, what some of the inspiration is. So like Reaper, Scythe, Bulwark. And then, yeah, like Fulmina Lightning. Now, we're certainly not going to incorporate every single idea that we have in the chat. That'll be kind of overwhelmingly so many details, it might be really hard to kind of mix it all in a cohesive and good way. What was it? Magmatic? Is that the... forge? I guess it's not a forge, is it? It's a well, whatever. Furnace, that's the word I was thinking of. Not that I need to, get that all spelled out. So I'm going to move Bollock's necklace. And someone asked me as well about where I stand on the Bollock's necklace debacle, and I actually have I stand on the side of, I think it should be the necklace's icon, and I actually recreated that icon and I sent it off to the devs, and it seems like they never did anything with it. So, out of my hands, I've tried. Yeah, and because this mouse is stealing more directly from the other characters, I think originally I was like, no, I don't think I need to make it the skulls themselves, but now that I'm kind of like wanting it to be more that it is actually like directly taking from those concepts or recreating them in its own kind of ways, I will make it kind of like literally the necklace. Let's see. Okay, what else did we have in here? We have the essence of destruction. Which is this layer. Essence of destruction. All right, and then let's go back to kind of more ideas. I think that was most of them. And we have like the liquid metal idea here for the T1000. And we could do the liquid metal in different areas, different kind of objects could maybe utilize that. And we have like some kind of super computer orb. Just your everyday supercomputer orb. Okay, and hologram. Cool. Yeah, and we want like the hover feet pulsing. Cool. Just trying to like capture the ideas because there's going to be so many kind of like plugged in, I think, that I don't want to forget what the goal was for some of the designs, just because that could happen with so many things going on in an image. Yeah, all right, so let me go back to where the chat was. So we got the Fulmina lightning for the tail, big bad behemoth teeth. Oh yeah, the like giant worm, the lamprey mouth kind of action. Maybe. We'll see. Like a lot of them I'm probably going to reject off the bat, but like if we can figure out how to integrate it, that'd be neat. I'm just trying to think because it's like it needs to be like a tube filled with teeth kind of concept. Like maybe the outer jaw kind of shell could be how that's done. if I think of that, like a way to integrate it, maybe. Like it could just be a tooth, but then it's kind of like you don't really know where that tooth came from, unless it was Fulmina's tooth. But I think with the lightning for the tail, I think that's enough. I don't want to kind of like lean too heavily on one design or another. I want it to kind of like be a homogeneous kind of like just blend of a whole bunch of different concepts that somehow will all balance perfectly and remain elegant and not just noisy and a mess. That's going to be hard. All right. So we got something from Icewing or Dreller. So Dreller has that gigantic arm drill, I believe, and Icewing has that like just elegant ice. Look up Icewing. I was looking up Icewing not too long ago. I think I had to remake the egg for the spring egg hunt because it was really low res. So I had to look her up. And let's see. Kind of got the like, yeah, the spines and stuff like that. The cold fire tail. The like the horn and the like the spikes coming off could be kind of a cool thing for making the face a little more interesting, maybe, you know. So we got like there's this kind of horn here, and then getting these kinds of kind of just like punky spikes coming off of it. So like kind of ripping off Icewing's style. Could be kind of neat. Maybe that's... And I mean, Icewing is currently, I think, the only mouse that has absolutely destroyed MouseHunter's traps. So I would say that she is certainly an inspiration to this mouse to kind of follow after. So I could see wanting to kind of, you know, take that terror of a mouse and like become more than that. So I like that. She's got a pretty neat look to her. All right. So we got Icewing's face now. Yeah, I feel like this mouse is not a friend to other mice. Like, if they know it's coming, they try to hide. Because I don't know if it harvests them or what, but it's probably just a danger to everything in existence. A rogue. All right. Let's see. So there's going to be a lot of items that are going to be like, I don't know how to integrate that and if it like fits the kind of like where this is going. So, for example, like the Ascended Elder's broom, that is actually like a powerful kind of thing, and it's neat. But I don't know how we would kind of like put it into this design. But something like the Black Widow Hourglass, I think that's actually like a really neat kind of iconic element to just kind of like put on a surface somewhere. You know, like the idea that I had earlier of kind of like having this kind of like embedded metal to just kind of like add aesthetics for the sake of aesthetics. Like, I think that that is part of what this mouse is doing. So something like the Black Widow design, it would be happy to take that, and it's also like a pretty memorable, iconic mouse. Obviously, the Black Widow hourglass is, you know, not something designed in this universe. It's an actual dangerous spider, and so very iconic. Even if people don't recognize it's from a mouse, might be like, ooh. And there's other like hourglass stuff in the game, so maybe people think it's that. But if it's maybe red, if we can make that work. But yeah, like it could be like on the back of the cape, and just kind of like you kind of get an idea that that is there. Maybe that, or it could be kind of like, you know, almost like a tattoo on the thigh here. Something like that could work. And then like depending on what the actual materials are, could make this an interesting thing to kind of mess around with. So like I feel like having a lighter metal as the hourglass on a darker metal would look nice. We'll end up deciding what materials are appropriate to make this character. I kind of feel like still like brighter metals in general are probably what she'll be made out of, like that whole kind of like liquid chrome kind of look that the T1000 has is kind of the metal, the very mirrory silver kind of look to it, and then having like gold and brass as accents could look really pretty. But yeah, like it could also be like a like blued steel with kind of like silver etching and gold and stuff like that. So it'd be like this darkened metal, and that might look more fierce and dangerous actually, to have this kind of like black metal with like all this really elegant carving within it that's inlaid with kind of gold and other, you know, shiny metals and stuff, even like some kind of reds and stuff, or it's painted, who knows. We'll see. So yeah, we have like the hourglass, Black Widow, and then let's see what else we have. Maybe like the four-leaf clover from the Leprechaun mouse to kind of like give a nod to that character. Now, okay, so one of the elements about this character is it's representing the non-event mice that exist in this universe. So it's going to be the 1000th mouse of the non-event variety. So I feel like anything that is event related, we don't really need to try and incorporate into this character because I don't think it relates to it. So I kind of see the prize mice as being outside of the roster that this character would kind of be kind of, you know, about. Now there's like the luck mouse, which I think, I'm not sure if that's considered an event mouse or not. And like also stuff like the crown collector, I'm not totally sure if that's also like considered a kind of like, you know, an area mouse, or if it's more just kind of like one of the event related, like tangentially, so it doesn't count. I'm not certain. But I think someone was suggesting having, yeah, like the crowns and the satchels and stuff from the crown collector. Maybe we can incorporate the crown iconography, like similar to the Black Widow's kind of symbol. Like maybe there is just these kinds of etchings all over that has a bunch of symbols about like cool parts of the game. So yeah, like the clover from the Leprechaun, or maybe the luck mouse, if either are more kind of appropriate for the permanent area mice. But that might work. The dark magi's magic emanating from somewhere, maybe from the furnace. Yeah, so we could take the magmatic furnace and then give it like the dark magi's kind of magic glow. So let me see what that looks like. I think it's like a purpley kind of Yeah, it's like this hazy purple. So yeah, maybe it has, instead of the red magmatic glow, it has like the dark magi purple, and that'll work well with the lightning from Fulmina, which is also purple. So we're gonna have purple, and honestly, purple has been kind of like this element that comes out in Feedback Friday. So I think that's actually more than perfect. So I'll add that detail. Um, dark magi purple haze or glow. I guess glow. Like the dark magi's magic haze thing is like a lot more just kind of cloud than just kind of like this magical furnace glow. So I'll kind of like take some inspiration from a bunch of different things for that. But yeah, I think we'll do the purple representing the dark magi, because I think that is neat. All right. Let's see. We got the Pygmy Wrangler's whip, Tritus's tentacles, the Eclipse's cape. So let's take a look at some of those. So the Pygmy Wrangler's whip. Actually, I'll open a new tab because I want to keep that reference. All right. So it's a kind of like dark black leather whip with a green glow around it. That might be a lot of kind of very potent contrast that's hard to kind of integrate into the overall design. I think I'll put that to the side as a maybe. The Pygmy Wrangler also has like a tooth earring, which could maybe be something that we use. So we could add the Pygmy Wrangler's earring here onto the hologram, if you will. I should probably just move this hologram to its own layer in case I need to do a lot of kind of adjusting on it. So I'll do that just now. All right. So and actually a good way to have done this kind of like hazy, scribbly look would have been to just not erase the actual sketch and use like a clipping mask to erase away. But yeah, so here we have kind of, and it just adds to this punky aesthetic, which I actually am really digging now. So yeah, we'll give the Pygmy Wrangler's earring as something from that cast. So definitely has visited the cove in that area, messed around, stole Bollock's necklace straight up. Also probably stole the Pygmy Wrangler's earring, or at least copied the data. Pygmy Wrangler earring. All right. Do we have anything that would work as this kind of like orb? I'm very far behind on chat. I will catch up. I am gonna try my best to integrate a lot of things. I'm not gonna get it all for sure, but let's see what we can do. Okay, so we have. Let's check out the Tritus mouse. I feel like they're going to be very, yeah, they're very like just straight up octopus tentacle, and I'm not sure where I could fit an element like that unless it was just kind of like a design, like just kind of like how the scythe here has bulwark of the ascent design. Actually, I kind of want to cut into it a little bit because I remember there's parts of the shield that have just these kind of notches on the outside, so I want to kind of capture a bit of that quality about it too. Okay, but like it could be that like maybe this arm has kind of like a tentacle wrapped around it, and then that's just a subtle representation of Tritus that, like, you almost need to have been here to know that detail, right? So it could be something like that, and then because I feel like so many of these are like going to be really kind of like, does that maybe mean this? I don't know, I can't tell. So it's partially having been here that will help kind of let you know what each piece is. But yeah, let's see if this works. I mean, it could also be the tail is like this metallic coiled Tritus tentacle wrapped around Fulmina's lightning. Like, that seems over the top crazy. I'm not sure that this flows very well where it is right now, actually, so I think I'm going to undo all of that. We'll figure out something else for that, I think. Or at least the way it's curling up here. But I'm trying to think of, like, how can I show that it's a tentacle without kind of, like, revealing that coiling with the suckers on the inside, you know? But yeah, it could be like the tail is this kind of corkscrew. I'm going to do a copy of this just because I know that it's going to be like, if this doesn't work, it's going to be a lot of undo button. So cut that to a different layer and we can hide it. Do a new layer for this one. Let's bring that back just so I have the direction. And then just spiral this down. So this is an interesting challenge for sure. We'll have the inside have the little kind of suckers. And the thing is, if it's wrapping around lightning, it's like, how much are we actually going to get to see these details? But we'll try, you know. Part of it can be the actual silhouette edge, so like seeing how that's cut out with these notches to indicate the suckers versus the outside here where it's going to be like this smooth. Especially if we're just going to make this out of like a liquid metal instead of it being like, oh, there's just an organic kind of tentacle as the tail. That might not kind of integrate very well if we go that route. But like, because the tentacles on Tritus are purple and Fulmina's lightning is purple, it might work extra well. It might actually like be a perfect combo. So we'll see. No harm in trying, I feel. Like, just experimentation is kind of the name of the game today. We're just going to throw stuff at this mouse and see what sticks. And I don't think all of it will, but we might be surprised at what actually does. So it's fun to just have the freedom to try it out, see if we like it, see if it's just the worst idea. This whole thing might be just the worst idea, but I'm having fun with it, and I hope you all are as well. So I should probably double check the current chat and make sure you guys aren't like, your audio is broken, it's been broken for like half an hour. Let me scroll down. Okay, cool. Yeah, Yeah, agreeing with the non-organic tentacle makes more sense. All right, where was I in the chat? I don't want to miss suggestions because there were a lot. All right, so yeah, we have Tritus tentacle. I don't know if I'm going to keep this one. I think it's maybe distracting, and I think the vertebrae, kind of lightning vertebrae, is maybe going to be more a better fit. But again, like, I think I want to try things, even if I don't think they're going to work, because I've been surprised before. And I'd rather try and incorporate as many of your ideas as I can, as opposed to what I think is going to be the route, because I want this to be your creation. You are helping me to represent, like 1,000 mice with this idea. So what mice do you think of when we want to kind of like capture that idea, It's like, what ones kind of come to your mind when you're thinking about like significant characters that you've battled and defeated. This mouse will be some kind of collection of those. So like the Black Widow, I think, is one of those kinds of, like, I remember the days of like that being just kind of like this mouse that stood across the way and was so elusive and just forever, out of reach kind of thing, till one day, and it was like a pretty big deal early on to get the Black Widow. Still is a nice catch. She still gives out super brie on catch and such, and has always been kind of like, for certain maps, just this kind of like, oh boy. So yeah, it's kind of an interesting one. Maybe I'll like draw some of the lightning kind of arcs coming off, just to try to remember that. I suppose that I could actually like paint in some of this. Actually, I might put like a grayscale behind, just to make it easier to do lighting. I don't always do this. It doesn't always work the greatest, but for concept stuff, it really helps with being able to just kind of build the lighting really quickly. Because obviously you can kind of like get more glow working. Because you can't get brighter than pure white on a monitor, so it helps to be a bit darker to let there be a bit of glow. So yeah, I feel like that's going to be a bit noisy. And now she is farting lightning. I'm sorry. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. That might not be the ultimate direction that all goes. Like, maybe we'll be like, oh, actually the lightning is kind of what's linking things together, or it just literally is arcing around the scythe. Like, that might be how we integrate Fulmina's power. Just the weapon is being enhanced with Fulmina's lightning or something. There's like a tooth embedded in here or something like that. So we'll back off on that. I think that will be a direction that will work, but let's try and work on stuff that I'm not certain it will. I feel like there's more an interesting kind of place to play around in that area. So we got, I'm just going to add in the dark magi purple, because I think that will automatically help with the lightning to work. Because they kind of share that same color. So it'll help balance it out. And then we go into the reds up here with the Essence of Destruction, which I'm not sure if we want to include the item itself. Will that kind of give an impression that, like, oh, you can also drop it here? because I don't remember exactly how that item worked in the game. Because I believe it was to build a limited edition. Should actually look this up. Alright. Because it made the Event Horizon trap. Okay, so it is dropped by, like, current bosses, so I guess it is. But what else did you need to make the Event Horizon trap? Because I thought you couldn't make that anymore. Am I crazy? Or maybe it was the upgrade to the Event Horizon that was the limited edition. Is that it? I clearly don't remember this properly. Okay, well, at any rate, I think it'd be cool to show it off in the game. It is a cool item. Alright. I'm sure when I catch up on the chat, I'll be told how wrong I am about everything. Okay, so Eclipse's cape. Now that kind of is pretty... It's just like the tattering. Thank you for the hearts. Wiki. And I mean, are we talking like the Eclipse from the Gauntlet, or like the Rift Eclipse? So like I feel like the cape that she's sporting, the liquid metal cape, we could kind of give it the that ripping and tearing quality that the Eclipse's cape has. And it can kind of play into this idea of it being this weird kind of like almost magical technology of these like nanites kind of like forming and falling apart. So I think that works well for this. So we can just kind of pretty easily modify the cape to and like maybe we give it a bit of a red tinge. We'll see. It could straight up just be the Eclipse's cape. You know, maybe it is just straight up she just beat him up and was like, "This is mine now. Thank you. Bye bye." So that could work. Just going around, just busting up all these powerful mice, being like, "I'll take that and that." I kind of like it. You know, I like that concept that like this mouse is just a menace to everything. Just going around, beating up all the bosses, taking their stuff, just to make itself more and more powerful. Kind of neat. All right. So yeah, I think that's pretty good integration. Is just straight up like your cape is mine now, or I'm at least kind of like stealing your aesthetic. It is more tattered and kind of like maybe feels less elegant because of this kind of like shredded thing, but I think it can work. I think it'll work if we do it just right. So come back to that. I think some of the angles I still want to kind of play with more. I think the arch is okay. The arm, maybe I need to like lift it more, because I have a lot of angles that aren't kind of like working with other angles. And that's something that I think helps. So if oh, that wasn't my selection tool. So if this leg that's behind matches this leg that's up front, and then I also wonder if like this arm here should be the same as this arm here, so there's this like going through directionality, and then it's almost okay, so we have the shoulders coming up like this, right? Just twisting the hips a bit, which makes me want to make the hips kind of in this direction. So we have like the shoulders coming down, the hips going up, and that helps with kind of like this contrapposto pose. It opens up one side, compresses the other, and it makes it more interesting. So I think that might actually help with a little bit of the posture as well. So I'll modify this leg by lifting it up, and we can drop down the other one. And these both, just erase you and you. There we go. And so for the actual angles of things, I'm still kind of not quite happy with it. Does this leg now need to be massively adjusted? It kind of feels like it might. Like going behind the other leg now and dropped down quite a bit more. Because this hip is higher up, the one closer to us, the hip that's closer to us in the foreground, it's raised and the knee is lifted. So the one in behind, its hip is dropped, so it's going to already be lower, and it's pointing more straight down and back, so it's going to be even lower still. So I actually think that this leg needs to be like way down, like here. Yeah. So she's kind of more like launching off. And yeah, this makes me want to raise this arm even more. Just kind of seeing if I like the flow now. So that hip is now dropping down. I think this will work. Maybe I need that leg to go further back, actually. Like here, perhaps. Yeah, and then I can make that angle go with the scythe a bit more. I think if it's like that. So she's much more just kind of like leaping up now. So the tail might need to kind of be adjusted. I definitely want this foot to kind of come out in front and kind of obscure that leg so we know for sure what's overlapping what. Good clarity on that. It's important. Okay, I think that's all right. Yep. So yeah, I want this arm, this shoulder should be raised, right? Because we have this side of the hip, like I want the torso to compress on this side and expand on this side. Make it a little more dynamic feeling. So we're gonna grab all this arm and just raise it up because we got that shoulder ball joint just kind of raising, but then the arm will also be lifting up too. I think the angle can kind of like be more in line with the other arm. So it's both raised and the arm is extended up. I think we can still keep that 90-degree angle though if we want. Or maybe we open it up so the arm is like straight up. Let's see, let's try this. I'm gonna hide the notes for now, and then we'll have this. We'll have to move Bollock's bangle now. So that's it straight up. We could also emulate the leg here and kind of like steal this angle, right? So it's like launching it up. Is that maybe too directionally action-based? Do we maybe want it to be pulled in a bit? Or was it better more like that? Or maybe we match the scythe angle a bit, or this leg. That might be okay. Something like this, perhaps. I wish I could just hide the selection without losing it. That's not something that I figured out how to do in Clip Studio. You can do it in Photoshop, which is why I know that I like that option, but not in Clip Studio yet. Okay, so there's that potential. And we'll adjust the cape a bit to now have that kind of I think this scythe arm maybe doesn't quite feel right anymore. Like maybe I do want this turned in now. Because like if she's kind of more like leaping into the air now, like I kind of want that arm swinging up into that action. So let's make sure we're on the correct layer. I'll even, does it need to be cut out? Yeah, and cut that out and hit it this here. Yeah, that's might be difficult to kind of get right. We can bring this to the foreground, not that it'll help as much. Do we want to raise that even more? I think it makes it better if it's dropped down. I do like this kind of like pose of her like reaching to the heavens. Yeah, I think the tail is just going to be distracting with the current shape it is. Okay, let's bring it back to where it was. Okay. Just want to be a bit careful about losing some of the flow that I was working towards, so I'm just gonna put in like a bit of a reminder about like the directionality of stuff. So like this knee with this foot coming forward is kind of breaking away from this kind of arc that I think was working really well for her. So I might pull this foot down. But like with this arc, we get this kind of swoop, which is kind of good. So I kind of do like this angle, right? Maybe this is okay. Maybe this heel is kind of pulled in more to like make this leg go in direction with this part of the torso a bit more. So let's see. I take this leg, we just slide it on over so it's kind of more in line with us and tucked under. Like rotated towards us a bit. don't know. I think maybe actually I need to just pull this whole leg up underneath, tuck it in kind of thing. Like this, like the knee is kind of pulled in. Maybe that will be good. I think it could still be moved over a little bit. Though at a point it will run into the leg behind it, so I can't push it too far. Let's just see if this looks wonky when I flip it. That kind of works, I think. I think we're still keeping some of that flow. Yeah, the tail is super not working for me right now. At least the direction of the tail is not there. All right, but I'm gonna come back to refining stuff. Let's try and add a few more elements before we get too caught up in positioning everything. We might end up kind of undoing too much. All right, so we got tritacentical. I don't think we're gonna do the whip. We got the earring instead, so I think that works. The Shelder's shell. I mean, maybe that's actually the like texture on the orb here. Let me grab the Shelder. Yeah, this is definitely gonna be a multi-day character, and I am so slowly going through the chat there. I know there's a ton more, but yeah, actually, this might be kind of a cool. Just the Shelder's kind of. It's like, why does that do anything for this crazy technology? I have no idea, but like, it's a very rare to catch mouse, so there's something special about this, you know. That's kind of neat. Yeah, the Shelder's shell. And then we can get like, I see this as being just like a solid gold kind of core. Maybe it doesn't even need lights and stuff glowing, but like maybe we do that just to help sell this concept that it's like this, you know, smart technology, super computing kind of crazy thing. But yeah, so there we go. That's the Shelder's shell. Shelder shell? Cool. That works. All right, next. One of the Empyrean Empress's arms. I feel like we actually kind of got that going with the scythe, don't we? Like, the Empyrean Empress has some stuff going on. Okay, so there's the moon scythe. We got the water, the tack. Like each of the arms represents one of the power types, right? The like, just the pure energy beam is cool. There is the draconic arm, which is kind of rad. Like it basically is like a lava arm. Not that you can kind of like see it with all that kind of like idea behind it, but like maybe that's this hand. It's like this magmatic kind of hand that was taken from the Empress, which is pretty crazy. Yeah, something like this could be pretty neat. So yeah, it's the Empyrean Empress's gauntlet, Draconic Gauntlet kind of idea. I'll work that out. Again, like, I don't know if it's going to not fit the aesthetics, right? So I'll definitely have to assess that once more stuff is trying to blend together, because like ultimately I want to grab as many different references and put them all together, but make it cohesive ultimately. So, you know, like the texture of the shoulder shell is one thing, but like making it literally the shoulder shell, not going to work. But like making it like this advanced metal look, but it has the stampings of the shoulder shell is cool. Also, I gotta move Bollock's bracelet. Whoop. There we go. I'm not meaning to duplicate it. Okay. A couple of my notes are now all in the wrong spot, which is fine. There we go. Move you. Move you. Alright, Empyrean. Draconic. Gauntlet. Cool. Alright. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Alright. Eclipse. I feel like I didn't make that note. Okay. I might have. I don't think I did. Oh. Okay. I guess technically these feet should come from someone. I think, did I do any Technic mice from Zugzwang's Tower that have kind of like pulsing orbs or rings? I actually feel like, did the Technic, no. I guess it was more the magic side actually that had that kind of stuff. But yeah. I should actually just look at my game to go through the mice, that way it's faster than using the wiki. And you might have already mentioned it in the chat, and I'm just not there yet. Apologies if I did, or if that's the case. Where are you? Wizard pieces. Well, the Mystic Rook has like an energy blast. The Mystic Knight has kind of like purple glowies. So not quite it. Not quite. I kind of like the idea that like the energy donuts just kind of whoop, whoop, whoop. But we'll see. I do ultimately want it to be from some mouse that exists to kind of give this ability. So ultimately we'll find something. And I'm thinking, yeah, like the Mystic mice might have it. I like the Technic mice side of things, but like that feels too M400. Wow, it's already 3 o'clock. Oh boy. Okay. Let's try and go through this faster. All right. So we got the golden goose. We melted down to make the core using the golden goose. There you go. Sylph fins. Maybe. I think the Icewing spines kind of give a little bit of that vibe. Let's see. The Sylph mouse is a good one, though. Is a good character that is memorable, you know? So I kind of do want to get something from the Sylph. And maybe it is like the arm kind of spine, the like the fins on the arms could be the thing. So let's see if it was. I mean, maybe the back of this is actually turning into the Sylph's spines. Yeah, I think that might be the way. Yeah. The Sylph spines. Because yeah, I think that that's definitely one of the iconics to me as well. So I like including it somehow. And yeah, it's mostly that it's got these spines going on. You know, it's got a good fin on its back, but like that's going to be harder to show off with the cape, Fulmina's hair. So I think the arm spines are pretty perfect for that, and actually they kind of go well with this scythe. Interestingly enough, I actually dig that more than I expected. So there we go. Sylph spines integrated. Is it? I knew how to spell this a second ago. Yeah, okay, it is. Spines. Or I guess fin. Fin might be the. Ooh, there we go. Sylph fin. All right. The M1K. You are quite an interesting one. Okay, so next. Got the Eclipse's Cape Shelter Shell. Impress's hand. Golden Goose melted down into the core. Sylph fins. It's a cool idea, MK2. It would be terrifying if it had items only hunters could possess, but we've already gone into the mouse direction, so it would be ripping out all of the details that we put in. I like it though. Yeah, like crowns or badges, title emblems. Yeah, I feel like we're getting into a lot of like hunter items here, so we might skip over a bunch of these, although they're really interesting ideas. Yeah, the hunting of hunters is kind of a cool idea. The Minotaur or Maniforge Smith's hammer. Yeah, I think we should get something from the labyrinth for sure. And like the core here could have labyrinth lighting as well, or like even just like the kind of the metal banding, the glowy kind of like angles on things, like the inlays could be very labyrinthian kind of patterned. So that could be an aesthetic that we just kind of put all over, and it gives the labyrinth vibe. But if we wanted to have something that's specifically Minotaur or the Maniforge, maybe. I think if we're going to go with one, it would probably be best to use the Minotaur because that's kind of like the big one. Let's see. Ancient relics. I I like it, but like I don't want it to kind of step on the toes of the relic hunter. Um, Not that I'm worried about this mouse stepping on other mice's toes. It just feels like that mouse is kind of like one of those special characters, kind of like how the crown collector is a special mouse and the prize mice and such. And I just feel like those exist outside of the purview of this character in a way. So, right. But like, who knows? Maybe it'll somehow connect into mapping and stuff for this hunting this mouse. That could be a cool way to go after it. We'll see. We'll have to figure that out. Dirigible skins, that would be hard to do in here. Um, yeah. Ronza won't come if this mouse isn't defeated, kind of thing. Could be a cool event, but I don't think that's probably what we'll do. But it's an interesting idea. This is the reason it keeps leaking. Yeah, it could be. This thing just flies up and cleaves open the the uh, the chrome uh, compartments. Yeah, like fuels like wild tonic, tower mana, energy, condensed creativity, etc. Those would be like cool, powerful fuel sources, but I also would worry that it would be like, oh, if you integrate that, then it's like, oh, this mouse is going to drop those things, and we don't know if that's the case. So I'm going to avoid those, but those could be like cool energy sources. But again, at the same time, I love this character literally stealing things from the other bosses. So like stealing the like the Magi's magic and Fulmina's energy and the Empyrean Empress's kind of arm and like all these powerful mice and just like literally just kind of fusing it into itself and powering itself using that stuff, I think is pretty potent. Um, I think, yeah, depending on how we want this to be hunted, we don't know what power types would be effective. It might be all of them. That certainly kind of almost makes sense for what this character might represent. You would be able to hunt her down with kind of like whatever your best of the best might be, and that could change over time. So I don't know. We'll see. It might also be like, because the challenge to get to the mouse to unlock its kind of hidden location might be the challenge, its power might not actually be like crazy high because of the cost to get there. That's often how we balance things, like especially if there is some kind of like the fondue cheese where you got to like build this expensive thing and use that specific cheese to do this task, then you don't want to go around wasting the cheese on failed hunts, even if you had like a really high chance and it just like it fails enough that you wasted all the cheese and you never got the mouse. That feels bad. So it's interesting, sometimes the boss mice themselves become the easy catch just because of how balance is best done, where we don't want you to like get up to this super hard to get to point and then just fizzle out before you get your like your payout. We don't want you to fail at that if the journey is the challenge, right? If the mouse is easy to access and it's not costing you the resources to try, then it being this powerhouse that absolutely wrecks you and you just got to get like really lucky or use an ultimate charm, like that's a different thing. Those are different styles, so it'll depend on what the quest is, like how you hunt this character. All right, so let's see. Yeah, like integrating codexes into itself. Cool ideas, hard to represent in ways that will be kind of like really clear. But yeah, I could see it like, yeah, the pages themselves are like just kind of like imbued into its form like tattoos or something maybe. But then like some of those have like power types as the illustration, stuff like that. So like I'm not totally sold on like how I would represent that with it. It maybe be misleading. So we'll maybe smooth over that. Maybe it changes location as you hunt it. Yeah. Clues. It kind of would be cool. Like and this is just me totally spitballing, and it might be the worst idea. But like I enjoyed when you had to like go around and unlock the fables using that book, and it gave you these clues. It'd be kind of interesting if that was something that you'd use, something like that, where it like feeds you these clues to kind of track her down and put an end to her terror or something. Could be interesting if it's some kind of mechanic like that, but it's not like annoying like the lab points kind of requirements and stuff. It's more just kind of like using your game knowledge or like the community to just solve it. But it'd be neat. It'd be neat. Maybe I'll propose some kind of idea like that because that could be cool. But we'll see. Let's flip her around just to see. It's interesting. I think this is the natural form, like the direction that she was originally drawn in. So all my writing in the actual time lapse, I think it's going to be backwards, which will be fun. It'll look like I'm like Da Vinci, kind of like making a design, writing everything backwards because I'm cool enough to do that. So that'll be interesting. All right. What else do we got? I gotta catch up. It's already like 3:11. All right, so okay, yeah, including things like map pieces, the kind of climbing boots, and like lanterns, ocean navigation kit. Those are interesting pieces of the player's history, but I don't see those being something that this mouse is like, I gotta get them climbing boots on me, or like the compass maybe, but like I think it's more about like stealing elements of raw power as opposed to navigation. It's probably got a super GPS built into its brain. All right, yeah, back to mice parts. Master of the Cheese Fangs Arsenal. The Chi Claws Zappy Zap. Those are old ones. Let's see. I think the Master of the Cheese Fang was the weapon arsenal guy, yeah. I'm typing what I'm saying. Alright. Oh yeah, yeah. So big like buster, cleaver, giant axe, spear, katana kind of thing. Yeah, I see those being below her, unfortunately. She's kind of like upgraded beyond the need for martial weapons, I think. Needs like super energy beams and cannons and magic blades that cleave through mountains or something. That's where she's at now. Chi claws. Yeah, she's doing the lightning hands. And we got the lightning tail from Fulmina, and I think that is the upgrade. So I think we'll skip over those, but not bad. I feel like if I got those ideas earlier on, I might have integrated those, but I think we're gonna have enough lightning to cover it. And maybe we'll do more lightning. Like we'll decide the tail doesn't work, and we'll do the lightning on the weapon, and then we can kind of take a little bit of inspiration from both Fulmina and the Chi Claw. So yeah, the Chi tokens, the orbs, magic essence, nightshades, different curds. I think that yeah, like objects of power, like the essence of destruction, work. Bollock's necklace. Maybe yeah, like the Chi tokens might be all right. But yeah, I think like magic essence is kind of harder to work, especially if it feels like, oh, that mouse is going to drop it for me. The orbs, I mean, those could be a thing. I mean, actually, that could have been what the orb in the center was made of. Maybe it won't be a golden orb. It'll be like the divine orb or something like that, but it's carved as the Shelder, the epic orb. They don't look all that impressive. They're pretty old. They just look like some beads of glass. Not that epic looking. Sorry, Epic Orb. Very bland, almost. But yeah, like, I kind of think the gold etched will look better than kind of like a glass. But like, if it was something like the what do you use to catch the master? The like, it's on the tip of my tongue. You have to like infuse it. Master, chess master is who I was thinking of. And you use the scholar term. That's what I was trying to think of. Like that visually has maybe more kind of potency vibe to it. So maybe it's something like that. But again, like I like the idea of it being kind of like it's taking from the other mice themselves. And if we started with the direction of it's taking from the hunter themselves, that would be the way to go. But like, again, this is the 1000th mouse, and so I love the idea of it going around taking from all of these mice that are beloved and like historical to our journeys and representing those mice as opposed to representing your stuff and your prowess and like the items you've used in your journeys. I like it being like a mismatch of bosses that you fought and like it's bringing them back to fight you again. So that's kind of the vibe that I think works really well for this now. So yeah, I think I'll avoid the hunter items. So yeah, like the building materials for Murday Market, like those are memorable. Lichen Eye and White Mouse's Ear, those are hard to integrate effectively because like the White Mouse, it's iconic for very simple outlined illustration. It's hard to capture that in this aesthetic. Like you just need it to be the whole White Mouse almost, or it's the face, that like dorky face. So I don't think I can incorporate that and make it make sense. And then Lichen's Eye. Lichen Mouse. Oh, it's got that like blue lightning eye. That could be cool. Yeah. I think that might work. I forgot about that lightning eye. I guess we'll put that up here. So it's got Fulmina's face, or sorry, not Fulmina. It's got Icewing's face, and this actually works for the Lichen lightning eye, to be honest, because the Icewing has that icy glow to it. So I think this is kind of interesting. Again, like if it gets too chaotic, we might need to pull things together. Like we have this blue glow, and we have this red glow, and we have this purple glow, and we're gonna have golds and silvers and like, you know, all kinds of different colors. And like I might just be like, you know what? It's only got purple glow. It's only silver and gold, or whatnot, right? So we'll see what we have to do. But yeah, I think the Lichen Lightning Eye is a good one. I even completely forgot it had that. So that's a neat one. It's very much a throwback. All right, so, but yeah, like it's interesting how much we can cram into one character. Like there are a lot of different ideas from different mice. Garden Essence, yeah, building stuff. I think those aren't really mouse related enough. Got Charm Bits, Fungal Cavern, Balak Cove stuff, we kind of got some of that. Giant super powerful mice we should reference. Yeah, exactly. Rare collectible, the Soccer, the Amulet. I think we'll come back to stuff like that in different ways, or add more in that realm, but I don't think this is the mouse that we're doing that with, or if it will even be a mouse. Transform its hand in a trap like the Dragon Slayer. That'd be cool, but I think we're busy enough with what we got here. Again, it's also like stealing the player's trap, and that's a very specific trap, whereas I like the idea, let's represent the mice entirely now. Acolyte's whiskers. The Terrible Two's tooth. Those are funny. Okay, the Terrible Twos I can like eliminate because that's an event mouse. The Acolyte's whiskers is pretty amusing to me just because, like, yeah, there aren't really whiskers on most mice, and it's funny because, yeah, the Acolyte does have them. Yeah, chrome nanobot parts, nice try. A partridge in a pear tree, that is definitely one that we should add. I like it. Okay, I think we've reached the lunch break there, or the end of it. Yeah, this mouse is threatening towards the player. I should really be afraid of the quote chrome equivalent to this mouse. That'd be interesting. You know, we just got to get to 10,000 mice, and then we'll chrome it. All right. The thumbnail should be interesting, but I'm actually thinking I'm going to straight up grab Balak's necklace and just put it right on this image, and then we're going to thumbnail that. That'll be the vengeance. The 1,000th mouse will bring it back as it should be. There you go. Maybe one leg is a normal leg, the other is chrome. Could be. Oh yeah, the whole toxic kind of spill. We haven't really touched anything there. That could be interesting. The toxic spill stuff has a lot of like chaos to it, so it might be hard to integrate it. But there are some design aspects that I could probably make work. And I think the legs are where that might work best. So let me just skim through the chat and make sure I'm not like just leaving too much out. Icewing's face is a bit too far. It should have its own face. Maybe it's just stealing the hairstyle and stuff, but like it's got like a different eye now, so that's at least something. Richard the Rich's scepter. Could be, because that is stealing from like a noteworthy mouse. Floating arms around it could work. That might have been when I was working on the Imperium Empress aspect. Fulmina's teeth could be used to form the toes. Could be. I kind of want there not to be toes for some reason. I think just because I like this kind of like high-tech hovering mouse idea, and toes kind of like take away from that concept somehow. But I'll keep that in mind. I kind of think I might integrate one of the teeth, like Fulmina's tooth, into the actual like scythe, or make the Pygmy Wrangler's earring actually Fulmina's tooth. And again, we potentially have the lightning tail if we decide we like that balance of kind of glow and stuff. For the tail area, that could be how we represent Fulmina pretty effectively. Because it's also like the players are the ones that get Fulmina's teeth and use those, so maybe it works better if it's not the same thing for this. Alright. Exotech kind of has an orb. Don't remember the Exotech mouse. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's got like that kind of yellow glowing orb with the spiky band. I mean, that does match. I'm not sure that that's like the boss feel of a mouse. Like, I could see it stealing that, but yeah. I'll consider that. And again, it could be like an etched version of these orbs, right? Okay, trying to catch up. Dr. Octavius, if it adding extra arms. I mean, as an upgrade, it kind of doesn't seem like a terrible idea for it to just give itself more limbs. So I could see that being something this mouse has is just like more arms. And there are mice that have extra arms, so it's kind of like, yeah, upgrades, obviously. So we'll see. Um, yeah, the metal tentacles are good enough. Yeah, because I don't think we could really do a Tritus thing so much without it kind of being more of a actual tentacle looking thing. But I wouldn't want it to be organic at all. For sure. All right. Crystal Library Portal Mouse. Add new portal parts for it. That could be a way to do it. Yeah. We'll definitely have discussions. Oh yeah, the R88 could be the sphere body. That's true. RR88. Or is it R88? Yeah, RR8. Yeah, that is actually pretty good. That could work. It's kind of like a combination of a lot of different elements we've talked about in a way. So I'll consider that as an option. I definitely love the idea of using the shoulder shell design, but like maybe instead of this kind of just ring around it, which I'm like not sure what that's about, it could actually be the same kind of segmented design as the RR8, where it kind of like splits open and there's these kind of glowing kind of bands that kind of open it up, and that even feels more technologically kind of advanced. Yeah, I definitely want that shoulder design in it. So, yeah, all right, RR88 or RR8. There we go. Yeah, I think that'll be good. Mind you, that'll be like a yellow, we got purple, we got red, we got blue. We're going to have to figure this all out. It's going to be a lot. Again, I'll probably just be like, you know what? We're just going to wash it all in one color and kind of work from there. All right. Yeah, we're still streaming. We're going. We're still in the sketch phase too, you know. Nearly 3:30. 2 arms, 4 arms better. I agree. Yeah, let's give her extra limbs. I'm gonna look through other stuff, see what we come up with, and then we'll look at adding more limbs. Eye globe from the Grandmaster Dojo Mouse. They also have eye globes, huh? All right, let's pull up more reference. Dojo Mouse. I mean, a lot of mice have glowing eyes, if I'm being honest. We do like to give them the glowy eyes. They're fun. Oh yeah. Going Super Saiyan. Explosively glowy. That might be good, might be too much. We'll come back. Floating, we got floating. Calorigna's jet engine wings. I mean, if we're gonna give it extra limbs, who knows, maybe that's the way. You see a little image of you. Yeah, could be. Could be the fire blasting wings. Okay, I'm nearly caught up. Ooh, okay, yeah, the scythe could have a flaming edge to represent the Warmonger's sword. I agree. Yeah, I think we could do that. I think that does is certainly a noteworthy character in the cast of mice that we've vanquished. So, yeah, just kind of like a flame edge to the scythe. And what's kind of cool is we're integrating tons of like really like these mice were kind of like monumental to face, you know, for one reason or another. So I do like. All right, yeah. So let's. Give it on the top side here. And I think this will actually go with the coloration of the bulwarks kind of shield. It's got this kind of like reddish kind of tone to it, so the warmth of the this kind of flame I think will play well with that. It's got that like glow. Yeah, no, I think that's pretty rad actually. Again, we're just kind of playing with the whole rainbow of colors, but you know what? We are mixing and matching all of these mice. So you know, let's just get everything in here. Need to throw a kitchen sink in here pretty soon, I think. Then we'll be all set. Also, I talked before about wanting to have something kind of like behind the hologram to like really help show this kind of like idea, and currently we've not got that happening, but if we do bring in kind of like extra limbs, I think that could be kind of like a potential of, you know, putting something behind that does something very Sarah Kerrigan right now. So I'll come back to that. Alright, let's see. Yeah, it could be one of Calorignis's jet engine wings. If I actually take this Sylph fin and then like put the flame between those, it's now a blend between those two in an interesting enough way that might work for both. So 2 birds with 1 stone, why not? There you go. Sylph, Calorignis, and Warmonger. And then there's a lot of stuff slammed on it. Oh, I was using the wrong layer. Oops. Oopsies. I think I'll probably want to throw the glow of the hologram soon enough. Just opening a treasure chest, hold on. Yummy, yummy, thank you. Alright, and we can kind of like balance some of the light materials, and I think that'll get us well on the road to kind of working towards something complete. Or at least going forward with not just scribbling in extra ideas. Okay, where are we at? We got the flaming edge for the Warmonger sword, awesome. Minotaur shoulder pauldron. Ooh, that's true. Yeah, that's true. That one is actually kind of an iconic piece of the retired Minotaur. Yeah, I do like that shoulder pauldron Um, hmm. Like the shoulders currently on this character, I'm not that interested in them. They're not as exciting as all the other parts. So if we just kind of like are like, you know what? Let's just I'm gonna duplicate this in case I like completely hate what I do. But let's just give her the shoulder right here. Just say like, yeah, I went and saw him. He's still sitting playing his games of golf. Still just napping a lot. Beat him up. Take his shoulder. Cauldron. And robbed him of all of his retirement savings. Needed to buy more upgrades. I mean, this just kind of goes with the punk aesthetic. I actually really dig it. It's great. I mean, she's kind of like, is she gonna lose the elegant aesthetic if I'm not careful? Yeah, but also it's kind of metal, and I think that's pretty great. I'm gonna give it a save. It's been a while. Mm-hmm. Ooh, the Gate Guardian mouse keys. That could work. All right. Monster the Meteor's chest, but futuristic. Oh, interesting. Monster the Meteor. I remember what it looks like, but... Ooh. It's interesting. Like, it could just be the rib kind of designs around that glowing furnace, but it's like metal. Yeah. Yeah, I think I can try that. So like if I have just kind of like the ribs coming together here. Just a hint of it, really. But then, yeah, do I have it kind of be the full rib cage kind of design? We're trying to emulate that. I think we kind of do, but then having the furnace kind of work with that. Alternately, it could be wrapping around the core, but like I feel like it's going to be hard enough to read the current design ideas that are going around on that core. But yeah, actually, I like that. The ribs being made out of kind of like metal will look really neat too. And if we just kind of have this be this glowing core, and then this furnace is kind of like biting down over top of all of it, kind of pinning it all down, that actually kind of maybe is more interesting shapes. Like there could be some kind of interesting symbol here maybe that just, it's an extra little kind of detail for someone. That's pretty neat. Pretty neat. Okay, I like her. She's definitely like, I didn't know where she was gonna go and how this was gonna work, but like I love it. And I promise you I would not have come up with these ideas had it not been a stream project, so I'm glad I've done this. We'll see if the rest of the team is glad that I've done this. Can't say for certain if that's gonna be the outcome, but I'm enjoying myself. And you know what, like even if this doesn't end up happening, it's still like a really fun thing to do with you all, where we're just kind of like going down memory lane of like, what are some of the coolest mice that we remember that like have iconic elements that we can just mix and match into an interesting character, and just to see what we can get out of doing this experiment. So it is a neat thing to do. I hope you're all enjoying it as well. Nice. Okay. Okay. Monster meteor chest, but futuristic. Could be related to the Slayer maps, perhaps. Any of the boss hunt maps. I mean, we got some of the boss stuff. So if we integrated into a mechanic like that, I feel like that would be a really neat way to have this character show up. And I know that Dave and I have been discussing how to kind of like do something better with the Relic Hunter seasoning and stuff like that. We have some really cool ideas that I think are really going to make it a better experience. And yeah, maybe we'll discuss this could be somehow in that. That's super, super, super not anything anyone's discussed, so this is like total speculation. Do not talk about, you know, like this is what's going to happen, because we have no idea. We don't even know if this character is actually going to be a part of the game, but we're just having fun because we have basically a free day to kind of just do something fun. But it could be really neat if we do end up creating this character. Intergalactic positioning chips. Golemus has a chest. Durgrate could be peeking from under the tape. Hourglass from the Chronomos. Actually, I wonder, because we have these like cylinders and stuff like that. Like, what can we do to have more fun with those? So we have like the hourglass cylinder, right? I'm like, what if like this leg back here is the actual like hourglass or something ridiculous like that? Like, it literally has that piece of technology as one of its limbs. I'm gonna have to really do that better. That's not at all. Maybe it'd need to be the foreground leg to kind of like make that visible, because it's a little too obscured, and that leg just does not look right now that I'm assessing it. That hip needs to drop even more or something. But yeah, so we have the Black Widow symbol here. I almost wonder if like I should just put it here. Just this tiny little symbol here, because I kind of feel like it just is out of place. Like, it'll work if it's like a metal etched kind of detail. That could be nice. But let's just put it here. Just to see. Bam. It's tiny, but comes from an early and tiny mouse. Okay, so here, I feel like this could be a cool use of this leg, is to literally just give it the hourglass. And then we might be able to see more of the other leg behind and do something with that that could be interesting. I don't know. This is a weird thing, but like, it's also kind of like interesting. Does this mouse like stand on her head to reset the hourglass? Is that what you do? Do you control time with your thigh? Some mysteries are not meant to be solved. This will be actually coming forward at us. This kind of reminds me of the Ice 9 canister in a way. Yeah, this is kind of interesting. Not sure if I'm sold on it yet, but it's potentially a bit distracting. And I'm like worried it doesn't feel like a leg with it like this right now. I think I need to like maybe extend this foot out again to kind of like help us see that maybe. I think I'll be able to make that look right-ish. Okay, I don't like the tail still. I almost wonder if I just like do this to it. That's all it needed. Just kind of like change its kind of like directionality to be kind of flowing away from the character. Maybe. I don't know, it's hard to make the tentacle work for the tail, perhaps. I think, yeah, maybe like if we do the extra arms, maybe that's just the tentacle. It's like a giant, but like we can make it more robotic and segmented feeling, perhaps. That might feel better. The Doc Ock option. All right. Oh yeah, the assassin's tattoo. That's right. Should there be something to tie it to the M400, or is this model a complete upgrade? That's a great question. If we were to pull in an element from the M400, what do we think we might do? There's like kind of different platings and kind of like the electrical kind of like circuit kind of glows and stuff. These eyes are a little bit kind of like interesting, perhaps. We can have the kind of like that glow design with the kind of dots on the outsides. Just the like the actual metal plate coloring, and maybe even using some of this translucent plastic could work. So we could probably take some elements from it and make it feel like it belongs together. Ooh. The metal tritus tentacle could end with a borer with rotating teeth to represent the big bad burrows. That's not a bad idea. Because like right now I'm just kind of like, it just kind of ends in a tentacle tip. That's less exciting. Doc Ock has those like kind of things going on, so like why not the big bad burrow's mouth? That might be the way to do that. Yeah. I think that's actually a really good way to incorporate that, because there's like, I like this mouse. I think there's like that kind of idea somehow for something, but like I couldn't really figure out how to do that. I guess this, if we're looking at the BBB, we got like the 6. Well, it's actually 5. It's like the top one's the top of the jaw, and then there's 5. Or 4 below, I mean. No. So we could do kind of like the top one, 2 sides, and then 2 bottoms. And it can have those teeth. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Do not want to encounter this mouse. It will slice you with fire, take giant chomps out of you with like crazy worm mouths, lamprey worm mouth. Yeah, I think this is quite the foe. Okay, yeah, I'm more sold on using Tritus's kind of tentacles as this kind of metallic arm. I think that might work better. If it should be kind of like just one coming off is kind of like something I might think might be interesting. Or like what shoulder works best. I do feel like this shoulder back here kind of has room for this directional kind of design, but yeah, I'm just trying to think of like if there's one on each shoulder, that might be. Yeah, I think for this one, having it where it was is maybe the play. Maybe shrinking it down. It feels very demanding of our attention. And I'm not sure I like that. That might be a bit too much. Let's hide the other reference. Let's hide the notes, and yeah, it's a lot. Like maybe that's the tail actually. Maybe that's what we do, and we have like Fulmina lightning crackles elsewhere. Yeah. Because like if I do one tail, I kind of want to do the others now. Or sorry, I do one shoulder, extra arm, I want to do the others now. This needs to go all the way up here. Ooh. Ooh. There we go. Okay. Yeah. I'm not digging that tail as much anymore. Definitely got the prehensile tail thing locked down with the octopus tentacle as your tail, huh? With like a mouth on the end of it. You crazy. What is this? Crazy mouse. Yeah, I think I'll see about segmenting it still, just so it feels even more mechanical and Doc Ock-ish. We don't have anything from the toxic spill, I do not think. Like maybe we can do something with the legs for that. She's getting more and more kind of like punky and like death metal vibes going as we continue to just bash more stuff, which is fun. I did not expect her to be this kind of like edgy. Kind of cool though. The inner lining of the cape could use some ideas. Yeah, I mean, we could like throw extra ideas into that and just kind of like detail it, you know? Like that could be a totally useful way to kind of just like add more extra design ideas that we didn't get to add in other ways. So that could be fun. Thank you for the emotes. I almost want the cape to come off one shoulder only now. Just because of that pauldron from the Minotaur. I'm not sure if that works as well. Yeah, I think that the tail can work. Um, the extra arm or extra arms is like a great potential, but I'm not sure that it's going to balance well. There's just so much already. I'm kind of debating if that would work. It's even worth trying to add that much. I don't like that the tail right now is like matching the scythe as perfectly as it is. I think I'm gonna where are you? Liquify tool. Gonna push that, just straighten it out a bit more. Maybe rotate the mouth to kind of go more back and out instead of turning in towards us. So like if you know what it is, you know what it is kind of thing. So you don't need to necessarily see the inside of the mouth. But like we'd still get the teeth visible, so you might infer. I mean, it's already not necessarily obvious, but like it going away kind of makes that flow work better. And it's kind of interesting. It's almost like a flower bud, but like a really death metal flower bud, which is kind of fun. I think this character is way more interesting with this aesthetic. She is quite radical. Let's go. Yeah. All right. I kind of like the idea of these little kind of like kind of donuts kind of sliding away underneath to show the transition of movement as she's hovering along. There you go. Oops. Oops. Keep hitting the wrong button. Yeah, so there's this idea that she's kind of like sliding along now. I feel like the tail and the hips and stuff, like I don't know. I don't feel like it necessarily works with this arm the way it is. I almost wonder if it would be better to. No, that's not it. Where are you? Here. Where are you, sylph fins? All the way down here, huh? Like, what if this was just straight up? Uh-oh. Oh, I see. Good. Alright. What if this was just straight up flipped? Like this. We'll have to adjust the flames. I don't know, maybe they're not that bad. We got this kind of directionality anyways, so she looks like she's kind of launching herself to strike now, which I think is pretty cool. Not bad. Yeah, it is kind of a tennis serve with it like here. Yeah. Yep, that is definitely, yeah, like, all right, your serve. Yeah. Doing a tennis serve, okay. I mean, maybe we change this hand to not be like tossing the orb of destruction up like a tennis ball. Maybe that needs to be slightly different. But yeah, it's pretty fun. Okay. I mean, that doesn't seem terrible to me. Like, she looks like she's launching an attack now, which I think is great. There's this really good kind of like directional angle, and I think, yeah, this hand now isn't quite right. Like, I almost want her claw hand like reaching forward instead. So like if I keep this and then I grab the gauntlet, view down here again, underneath that, thank you. And we grab this and we like give it a little flipperoo. We have to change the thumb position. But like basically we position the hand going in this direction. I feel like that makes a little more sense for what this activity, like the flow of the action, is a little bit better. But now I kind of want to drop this shoulder down, straighten the arm out, maybe. Or maybe she's like clutching the orb. So let's turn that off for a second and let's cut this out. And sorry, again, Balak's necklace gets tossed around. But like it could be more, so we have the arm here. Let's just kind of fade that out. Could be more kind of like coming directly towards us. And like grasping the essence of destruction. Maybe it needs to be turned in a lot more, actually. Like doing that launching attack, you know? And though we may not be able to see it anymore, we'll know that has the essence of destruction behind it. Perhaps. Again, that was like more of a player item to get kind of thing, so maybe we don't even want that to be a part of it anymore. But like, yeah, having that Nom. Yeah. Just gonna eat it. That's right. I don't know, like now I'm not sure what I want that arm to do. Like it could have kind of like some kind of like shield thing happening with that kind of position, right? That might make sense. And then do we have something that also does the shield thing? Because like we've currently taken the bulwark shield, but like maybe we just use the bulwark shield here or something like that. Maybe that would make the most sense. It's very fierce. I know there's like a Great Winter Hunt mouse that has like an ice shield, but that's an event mouse, so I don't want to use that. The original hand pose? Yeah, I mean, like, it kind of has this tennis serve vibe, but it also does look kind of cool at the same time. Now we could kind of like swap the hand to kind of like point it in the other direction, and that did kind of maybe work. Let's see that again. Or maybe we like rotate this like that. Again, still got that tennis serve, but like it's a little more kind of like I'm launching up to like slice this and explode the world kind of like vibe going on, which is interesting. Kind of curled in towards. I'm gonna eat it. Flipped around. We just gotta fix the thumb. Just let me drop this here while I slice your world in half. Yeah, I kind of think that perhaps that is okay, or we do kind of like platform it like that, you know? Like, it does look like she's about to do some kind of combo attack using it, which is maybe really cool. Like, you're like, oh gosh, what is even about to happen now? Like, yeah. Yeah, it's not bad that she's doing a tennis serve, yeah. Yeah, she's representing the summer sports mice, which, you know, she shouldn't because they're event-ish. Although, do they technically just exist as permanent mice now? I don't know. Do they count? That's a question. Yeah, if I go to event mice, I don't know if they're here. Because they're just like in an area now, I think. Well, that might work then. Yeah, okay. Yeah, our prize mice are certainly event mice, that's true. Okay. Let's see, where are those? Yeah, yeah. Okay, so yeah, the Great Nanian Games group are just like now kind of permanent content. So there we go. We got a tennis serve to represent that group. Why not? Why not? Serving up some destruction. That's what we got. I kind of dig that concept now. It's silly but fun. That's what we do here. Okay, let's align that. All right, we are at 4:15, and I think, have we gotten through everyone's concepts? I think we got. Yeah, we want to maybe like get the M400 in here somehow. Cape could have the circuit glow. That would be a good way to do that, actually. Yeah. Opens the door in her leg, pulls the hourglass out to invert it. Thymie travel. Thymie wimey. I like it. Call sign on the arm plate. Yeah, like that is actually a really cool way to kind of like bring some of the M400 vibe, is we put the M1K on like stamped, right? Because we got the M400 here, so we could get the M1K kind of printed somewhere on her. Like maybe it's this kind of hip plate here even. And should it be M1000 or M1K? Because like the T1000 is kind of, you know, a reference I want in here, even if we don't have as much liquid metal as it would require. Yeah, the M1K kind of thing. It just looks like milk. So if we tried like maybe I'll just use an actual font to do this properly so it actually looks like it was printed by something industrial. I don't know, maybe it is better with all these kind of digits. Like people can certainly, yeah, I think I like that. It just seems more kind of like this vibe. Although this one, okay, so this, I forgot that the M and the 400 were like set up the way they were. So maybe I'll use that. So we got like the M. Like that. I think that might be how we do that. Although we could do the 1K now, because it won't look as much like it's just a weird spelling of milk. And this looks like a 3 now. But you all know. You'll get it. So we like the full digit, or I'm going to leave this choice up to you all. That. I suppose I should have made a copy so we can swap it. See what we prefer. Copy. That. Oh, I see. I see what I did. Cut that out. Wrong tool. Alright. Leave it to you all. Do you prefer this format or this format? And do we even like that position? We could put it somewhere else. Like we could put the Black Widow hourglass there, the M1K where the Black Widow symbol is. Although I think I prefer giving it a bigger presence than the Black Widow symbol. Just because it is more significant to the character itself. So what do we think? Take your votes now in the chat. Oh, yeah, if we flip it, yeah, there we go. Epsilon 1K, yeah. I don't know enough about the actual like math in like annotating. I knew a little bit about all the, well, not all the symbols, some of the symbols, but I haven't had to use them for much, so I haven't retained that knowledge very well. The leg is good. Okay. We got one vote for the M1000. But yeah, Epsilon 1K is kind of give it that like kind of curled in E. I mean, if epsilon is like the sum, it actually is almost too perfect, because this design is the sum of 1,000 mice, right? Like, isn't that a little too perfect? I like that. Yeah, do we want it to be, and I guess I might need to rotate that so that it's Let me just corresponding phonetically. Denotes small quantity like an error. Oh. I thought that was... permittivity of free space. Okay. I'm wrong. I was thinking that was like what delta is, but yeah, yeah, rotating it so it's an E, yeah. Sigma summation. Okay. Sigma. That one is also Greek. Oh. Okay, so they're practically... Wait. Oh, I see. Okay, so sigma is like the capital um, looking boy, and then epsilon is like the soft round lowercase. So okay, that does work. Because yeah, okay, that makes more sense. I thought so. So yeah, we're looking at the sigma, which is like the summation, right? So I think that is like kind of perfect. Unless I'm, again, totally confused, and that happens. So apologies if I'm totally wrong about all this. I only pretend to know what I'm talking about most of the time. Okay. But like, I think that's just such a great potential there. Sigma 1K. Yeah, in series. Okay. Yeah, so it's, yeah, multiple terms. Sigma 1K. Should be 1K lowercase n, so it's like every mouse. They use math to manufacture it. Not wrong. Something from Zugzwang's Tower, Ice Crystal Library, Toxic Spill, Living Garden, and Feroma Rift. I think we could do stuff with the legs for that, actually. So I'm pretty happy with this notation here. Alternately, we could do the 1K variant. Just grab that and copy and hide that and put that down there and merge. So we could do Sigma 1000 or Sigma 1K. I think the 1000 is maybe a little more kind of like interesting for some reason. Maybe that's just me. But yeah, if anyone prefers any of the between these two, I cast the vote to you, and thus it shall be. I think right now I only saw one vote for the full digit. Oh, you do use the K value for sigma. Well, I mean, if that's how it goes, I do like the idea of it kind of being a little more representational about what might be actually used. Not that anything about this character is in any way real, has any kind of like reality going on. It's a mishmash of too many things. Okay, what do we got? Full digits 2, and not extreme. Okay. Yeah. All right. So, all right. We're tied right now as far as I'm concerned for either. Oh, retracted your comment. Okay, there we go. It's the 1K now. Sigma 1K. Done. It has been decided by Michael. Thank you. All right. Okay, so yeah, let's see if we can get like the toxic spill or Zugzwang's tower pieces. I'm gonna hide the references. So I think there is wizard pieces. The Mystic Knight has kind of like glowy boots, very magical. Technic King got them rocket thrown, but like that's almost 2 M400 in my opinion. I kind of want it to feel more advanced than that, but maybe that's not. Null Onyx below Bollock's necklace, maybe. Some of the chess master's techie cylinders. I thought that one of them had the foot cylinders. I really did. I had that idea in my head, but I'm looking at them and I don't see it. Maybe any of Zuriel's breed have it. I'm just gonna like skim through mice. I feel like, did I put it on something somewhere? Not them. Maybe lab experiments. Probably not. No. Oh, yeah. The bionic mouse is currently dressed up as the Terminator. Nice. I guess that's another thing we could have done, is done a costume. Haven't done those for years. Sorry, I'm just skimming through some mice. Oh, I gotta get your Bollock. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about it. I gotta bring it back. Oh, it's good. You're good. That'll also have a green glow, you know, like why not have all of the colors of glow? I guess we'll just go that way. Give you the rainbow. Like, I like the Technic pieces, but they feel too low tech for what I want, right? Okay, look through those. Wild Bunch, Green Rubbers, Meteorite Miners. No. I already got you. Market, nope. Living Garden, I don't think I'd have that kind of magic. It's too planty. Vines and all that. Lost Cities, just kind of creepy ghost glows. Sand dunes are just desert. queso boys. Not just the molten. I mean, if you were going to get extra arms, that's the mouse to get extra arms from, huh? So many arms. Deep sea. Some of the, like the Sunken City Citizens have kind of like more interesting tech vibe. Kind of interesting. I mean, you could steal like a cylinder of the oxygen. But again, like, that's something the player gets. I want it to be like something the player does not get from mice. And this mouse has taken it. Oh, maybe in Zocor is there... I feel like the scholars maybe have... Soulbinder, that thing's wild. There's some interesting design elements throughout Zocor. Could integrate a little bit more of that, perhaps. But we do have a bunch of that covered. There's a lot of mice, you guys. Almost like there's 1,000 of them. Sorry, I'm ignoring chat and just looking at art. How dare I? You don't get to see any of it. Okay, well, yeah, I don't know. I guess we haven't done mice with like the like magical donuts flying off. So I don't think I'll use that because it doesn't exist that I can tell. Unless someone else spots it. It's funny, I feel like I did use that somewhere. I guess, okay, so the Mythic Giant King kind of has like the rings of magic kind of bursting out of the tome. Not quite the same thing though. And yeah, I think there are other areas like, yeah, like the toxic spill and stuff like that, and like even rift stuff is kind of territory that could be added in. So I'm thinking, yeah, maybe we look at the feet and do something a little more on the toxic spill side. And there's some interesting textures that are just kind of fun. So is there something in maybe the Rift Stalkers with the... Ooh, Chronomaster. One Mouse Band kind of has the like echoes of magic. Man, there's some cool mice in there. Is there any like rift kind of mice or like toxic spill mice that we think could be kind of like a cool, noteworthy addition? Like, I like the idea of it being something that's like specifically from a mouse that we recognize from like, that's from that mouse. Some of this is a little more obscure, admittedly. Like transforming the scythe with the shield, like if you're kind of like noticing the aesthetics, you're like, wait, is that this and that and that? It's like 3 different things combined, 4 different things, 5 different things combined into one, actually, because we got like a Reaper scythe, we got the Sylvan fins, we got the Bulwark shield, we got Calorignis's flame wings, and we got the Warmonger's blade, all in one weapon. So that's really cool. Like I love the idea that it's like it took all of that to build this one arm of Doom. And that's neat. And then I'm looking at the hourglass, and I'm like, do we want it to be like old school Chrono or like the Rifty Chrono? Because that one's even crazier looking. Ascended Elder, Supreme Sensei. Oh yeah, nothing from the Folklore Forest either. You're right. We could maybe get the Quill actually. Like I feel like if we're gonna take anything, the Myth Weaver is the one who is kind of like the noteworthy figure, right? So like, let's just get part of that power. Like it could be pages from the book. Like the challenge is like, Mythweaver is currently, you know, like our current foe, and it's interesting. There is elements that tie these together in weird enough ways that's kind of fun. So I kind of like the idea of this coming out with another part of that story, and maybe there is some kind of element that ties them together. We could even just simply use the Mythweaver's symbol. But like, I don't know, I feel like, okay, so it's interesting. The Mythweaver is striking out on their own, kind of defying what other mice have been gaining power from, and kind of forming his own kind of source. And this mouse as well kind of seems to be doing the same journey and kind of comes from the same background. And so that's kind of wild. Never thought of it like that. But yeah, there's some interesting dynamics, and they probably oppose each other. Or maybe they like each other. I don't know. Interesting. I'm gonna have to think on that more. Very interesting. Okay. So I'm gonna get rid of these little energy donuts. Nom nom nom. We're at 440-ish, and I think we're gonna kind of wrap up our sketch with some final details, and I think we'll call it a day. But I'm going to talk to the team next week, and I'll see what we think of this. Like, is this worth pursuing? Am I kind of like setting it up for failure by continuing to work on this concept? You know, like, can we make this happen? Because I really like this now, and I want to. So I'll have to like discuss with the team, and I think it'll be doable. I'm gonna have to save this. It's been a little while. Okay, I think we'll figure something out. But yeah, like, and basically what I'm planning now is if we're a go, or if we're kind of like, this seems like it might be worth continuing to pursue, I'd like to pick up where we left off next week. Just because there's a lot to still do on this, obviously. Like, normally by lunch, I want to have the sketch figured out, and we are still figuring out the sketch. So, yeah, some ways to go, I would say. Wrong layer there. Okay. All right, so let's see. Barrel from the Biohazard. Could be. Fallen Champion Footman has the feet circle thing. Kinda. Does it? Fallen Champion. Yeah, kind of, but like it's not what I'm thinking of. I think it's just more like a cartoon thing I've seen, like the Jetsons kind of vibe to it or something like that. But like the ring of just kind of pulsing power is definitely rad, and maybe we'll just use that. I really enjoy this mouse actually. It's one that I really had a lot of fun illustrating. So I'm kind of like imagining the metal of this character having a lot in common with that fallen design, with all the like the etching and kind of like trim and stuff like that. So I really like. Yeah, Eve from Wall-E has those rings. That's probably exactly what I'm imagining. Because I think I even mentioned that like with, and that's probably where the idea even came from, was like those fins, the soft kind of, you know, um, round fins, and also like the shape of this is kind of a little too uh, symmetrical, or not symmetrical, but like parallel. Yeah, like I kind of like her design where there's just this. It's very clearly technology based. It's not magic, but like it also is no technology that we are familiar with, right? The floating fins, the like the ion kind of engines that just kind of pulse these little kind of rings of energy around. Um, yeah, I'm not too happy with the legs. I think at least the back leg is feeling weird still, so I might need to kind of step away and figure that one out, but we'll get there. All right. So this is the orientation I actually have it drawn in, and I don't think that this is the orientation that I want it to be ultimately. So I'm thinking I might just flip the whole folder, and then in a time lapse, it'll suddenly look correct, and all my notes are scaled up and no longer visible and pointing in the wrong ways and stuff, so it's fine. It's fine. We have a history of what we've kind of done to this character's design. We'll figure it out. Yeah, the cape shape. I'll figure that out too. I'm not sold on what it's doing yet. Do I want it to like really fall behind? Maybe. Get this like really dramatic kind of billow to it. That might be it. Yeah, that might be it. Make sure I'm not missing any messages. Good. Okay. All right. I'm gonna save this. Sigma 1K. move it over a little bit to the right. It's definitely filling the space, which is good. We might change out the essence of destruction, depending on if we think that's an appropriate object. Like, it might just not have anything there, and the pose might still work just fine. I'm actually going to cut that out onto a different layer just so that I have the option of hiding it. Yeah. I could just like open the fingers more too. That might work. Okay. Hand pose is almost identical to the Lich mouse. Seems it could have same green glow there. Oh yeah, it does have that rotated kind of, you know, like right now it's kind of more this orientation, but if I rotate it to that could work. I'll see about that. I do like the idea of using the kind of draconic fist from the Imperium Empress. Maybe we just get like some of the bone kind of segments on the tail to kind of like grab a little bit of the. We got a lot of like skeletal undead, etc. Let's get Tritus's. Because I'll forget otherwise. It is rotating because I guess I want it to. I don't know if I like it, but yeah, it's kind of interesting. All right, so legs. All right, maybe not quite, but I think there's just some kind of like design that I can use for these to like make that work well. Like, I do like the hourglass idea there, that's neat. It could just be using like plating from the labyrinth or like the Valor Rift Gauntlet mice, kind of, you know, having all that intricate scroll work and stuff on the metal plates. That might be what I use from those. It's like we do have the Minotaur representing kind of the labyrinth, so that's all right. Let's see. Yeah, we don't have the toxic spill. So like, one thing that I keep thinking of is actually a base. The is it called just the the polluted base? I think. Yeah. So that just has like this really cool texture to it, and like it represents the whole of the toxic spill. And I'm just kind of like, maybe that's enough, or like, is there a way to kind of like give that behemoth energy? Because that's a pretty noteworthy mouse from that group. It is the behemoth, right? Oh no, that's Monster Hunter. Mutated behemoth. Yeah, mutated behemoth. But like, not really anything that stands out for like what the leg would be, but like it could be kind of this green, putrid kind of toxic energy seeping through the legs. Something like that, you know? That's kind of interesting. Like, did her feet melt off because of the toxic sludge that she's just kind of hanging out in? Maybe? Yeah, again, it's just like there's going to be so many different colors glowing. I just want to see if we can maybe unify some things a bit more. The toxic symbol could work too, yeah. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it could also be like the engine here is like the toxic instead of the dark magi. But I think the dark magi certainly deserves a space. Maybe the hourglass is actually filled with toxic sludge instead. That'd be kind of interesting. Something from the toxic spill part of the Burrows Rift. Yeah, there are definitely some interesting characters in there. It'd be easier to look at it here. They do have like a lot more of that tech mixture to them, which I think makes more sense here. And they're more souped up, powerful kind of aspects of it, right? Like maybe the monstrous abomination. I guess we do have like the big bad behemoth burrows as like if we want to use the metallic, which we are, so it actually makes sense to use that. So the big bad behemoth burrow's tail kind of covers that if we think about it. Menace of the Rift's gauntlet, but now it's a boot. Yeah. Just turn that mouse into a boot. Perfect. Just sludge dripping off. I don't get the arm or tail though. It seems confusing. What one? Like, are we talking kind of the scythe arm? Are we talking the tail doesn't read as a tail? Or is it more like where those come from aesthetically? Because like this arm, okay, so we got the pauldron works, the scythe weapon works, the hand here works. We got the bangle or the bracelet that has something. This actual wrist doesn't correlate to any mouse specifically right now. We could adjust that to match something. Same with like the upper arms. Maybe those could be something, like they could even be the toxic sludge kind of thing. Curving it under rather than over for the tail. Yeah, like right now you mean the twist in it, right? Like how I'm kind of just spiraling it for no good reason. Yeah, like I don't need to spiral it. For some reason I think the original idea was to have that the tentacle wrapped around Fulmina Lightning, and since we don't necessarily need to do that direction anymore, then maybe we don't need to kind of spiral this. So let me duplicate that and just kind of like, instead of twisting it, we just kind of leave it upright. But since we're kind of under the mouse, we'll still see the like more tentacle side of it. Because again, like, I'm trying to make this work because I want Tritus to have a little something in here, and I'm not sure what else to kind of give other than, like, yeah, some mechanical segmented tentacle tail, which probably isn't like the best fit anyways, but yeah. And like, we could just go back to the original, kind of like they're more kind of these like vertebrae floating with Fulmina lightning coursing through it. But I think there has been enough kind of like wanting to add some kind of bionic tentacle, and then it allows for the kind of the worm mouth. So I think I want that. Yeah, again, it just being like this full metal tentacle, I think, is just enough to represent that. We could also, like, yeah, maybe like put like an oxygen canister to represent Sunken City vibes, but like, again, that's just kind of like not as like, it took this impressive thing from some kind of boss mouse. It's more just kind of like, that's just a resource in that location, and it's less what this character represents, in my opinion. So I just don't think that has enough kind of oomph to it, to the storytelling of it. Yeah, I think that might be a little more kind of readable, perhaps. Let me fix the spines here. The lich spine. Again, we're just trying to like mash so many elements together that like are totally unrelated that, yeah, it's a challenge to make this read. Okay. Oh yeah, could do like the gemstone from Fungal Caverns as one of the arms. Yeah. Oh, you mean you want the tail kind of turning upwards? Could try that. Like that kind of flow instead. I mean, it might be because there's like a hand at the end of it, right? Like, that is kind of what's going on with that worm mouth. It is kind of like a bunch of fingers with teeth. So it makes sense that it kind of has an arm vibe. Maybe I need to just splay them out more to kind of feel more like a flower or something weird. Yeah, like curving up maybe works well with this kind of flow here. Curving down does kind of interrupt that flow, so maybe it just works better in general to have it curved up. Yeah, that seems like it might flow better. It might not help with the look of it being like, that's an arm. But we could maybe adjust some other things to kind of make that work better. Oh, you can hear me. This was not planned at all. No, I had no idea what I was going to draw today. None whatsoever. And then I was just like, well, we talked about the 1000th mouse, and so I guess let's explore that potential. Um, it is 5 o'clock. Um, so I'm running low on gas right now. I really, really like what we got going. I know there's a lot that I want to kind of push and pull and tweak. Maybe I should get like the hologram face more hologrammy, just to capture this idea better. Okay, that's, maybe I need to put a little glow behind. Okay, well, it's so much happening that it's kind of like, I don't know if this is actually going to work, but we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, we'll see if this is just outright rejected by the team, where it's like, nope, scrap it. We don't have the like space to kind of like fit a new mini quest in for some mouse we had not intended and planned for. So yeah, we'll have to find out. Let's see, do I actually have enough notes to kind of cover everything that we add? So we have definitely move things so the notes are no longer pointing where they need to. I just kind of like don't want to forget what some of these additions were. So it's like BBB. Oop. The BBBB. And then like Tritus. R88, yeah. That's no longer the Black Widow. Black Widow's up there. It's just like all these intended ones, I really don't want to forget and then kind of miss those. Fulmina Lightning, we kind of lost that. So we might just have it crackling around on things. So I might upgrade the Hourglass to be the Rift, that like upgraded, souped up chrono. Got the Eclipse Cape, R88, Bollocks. I don't think I even wrote that it's Icewing. Icewing. Yeah, I feel like this arm has stuff to do. These kind of forearms could do stuff. I don't even know if I like these braces with the legs. I might even like get rid of those and have them floating, or use some material from something. But yeah, like I think I want to turn these into something that doesn't have representation yet, and I'm not sure what it will be yet. Yeah, boy, there is a lot of elements at play, and it's a lot. So we're not doing the pulsing hover feed anymore. We got like the toxic spill. And like the M series. I guess this will be Sigma 1K M400 reference, which I mean the entirety of the mouse already is. We got like Labyrinth, or actually not even Labyrinth. I think I do want to use the Valor Rift metal detailing. Yeah. Because honestly, that's some of my favorite aesthetic out of like a lot of the areas, was just kind of like doing like really ornate, fancy metallic kind of armor with like runes and etching and all that good times. But yeah, we need to get Fulmina Lightning somewhere. It might be something like adding just like a lightning arc between some components that are just like floating, and it like binds the character bound by Fulmina's like electricity or something like that, powered by. One idea I had as well was like using, instead of the time sand kind of vibe, like we use toxic sludge in here now, which is like weird and interesting. It's like what implications does this have, right? Like that's kind of cool. Like why would you do this? What is the goal? Sludge chrono. Sludge chrono. And then that might free up the feet to who knows what, do something else. I might even bring in the Technic King's rocket feet, or like the rocket boots, which is very M400, but you know, I think everything else is sufficiently advanced that it's like, okay, well, that works. Or I use I think the Mystic Rook's like glowy feet, or the Mystic Knight, or one of those. They just have like magical kind of like plume coming off the feet to make that work. And then we just kind of like put like my brain is shutting down at this point. Circuit like lattice kind of coming up from that glow, and it'll look more technologically magic. And I think that'll kind of capture the idea that I wanted for the feet hover mode concept. But yeah, there is so much to do on this, and I really hope that I do end up continuing this next week. I think that'd be lots of fun. Pick up where we left off kind of idea. Maybe I'll work more on it if the team is like gung-ho about this and I literally don't have much else that I need to be doing. Maybe I'll kind of keep cracking at it, and then we'll like get to a point where we get to finish this on stream, possibly. No promises. We don't know if this is even gonna fly by the team. This was kind of like a chance idea to see if we might kind of like force the hand, because I really do like the idea of like, if we are literally coming out with the 1000th like permanent area mouse, I don't want to miss that M1000 moment, because it's easy to miss it otherwise. And then what do we wait for? Do we do M1500? I don't know. But yeah, I've enjoyed this creation. Thank you all so much. Yes, the ribs are very much Monster of the Meteor. You got that absolutely correct. Yeah, there is everything in this is a reference. Oh, did I note the Monster of the Meteor? No, I didn't. Thank you. I missed that one. Hello? There we go. Of the meteor. Oops. Maybe I should just light one of those on fire to be Calorignus's rib. All right. Well, thank you so much for all of the awesome help. I am now going to not forget to put the time lapse on, because you all deserve that. All right, let's put that on, and we'll just kind of wrap up. Actually, I'm going to shift this image over just a little bit more so we have more room to see. And we can watch this and sign off. Cool. All right. So we'll do the full length, full detail. the hand bit. Move you over. Yeah, I turned off the Essence of Destruction. I think I'll turn that back on before I like close shop so I don't forget that that's a potential item. It actually was one of the first things that we put into the image. So kind of want to keep it just as the like note of where it started, and I can replace it pretty easily if I feel like it. Adjust the hand to be something else, etc. Yeah, we definitely kind of like, it didn't take too long to kind of come up with the general direction of the pose, but like it definitely evolved over time, and we have this fantastic tennis serve attack now. So thank you all for that. Like there is certain level of like grace and poise in that version of this character, but like to include all of the parts, the just heavy metal kind of shredded vibes that this mouse now possesses, of just like it absolutely destroyed and claimed all these powers from tons of different mice. Pretty radical. I like it. Super neat. I don't like how the tail and the cape are really just kind of where they're at right now. I actually think that the sketch right now has a little bit more of the kind of balance that I think might be good. So I might play with that more. Yeah. Oh yeah, and another idea for the Toxic Spill edition would be to just use the Toxic Spill symbol on the mouse somewhere instead of kind of having another glowing color, right? But it is kind of fun to put it in the hourglass. I think that's the direction I want to go, even though it kind of is neat on the feet. I think that's how I'm going to do it now. I definitely want to get more Fulmina lightning power in it. But yeah, like we're going to have green glow from Balak's necklace. We're going to have tons of purple glow. We got fire. We got toxic spill sludge. Yeah. Going to have like probably golds and stuff and silver. So it's going to be a lot. You know what? I like what's going on with the feet here more, I think. I think I need to extend this bottom foot to just kind of really straighten it out more. Or maybe it was when I put the hourglass in that kind of changed the posture a bit too much. And like the thinning of the foot too. I think that's, yeah. Yeah, I like the idea that this mouse is actually a representation of some nostalgia. Just because, yeah, it literally is like, hey, let's take the entirety of the cast of the bosses of MouseHunt, and just kind of like wildly powerful like foes you've faced before, and let's revive them all into one crazy mouse who is just like probably completely insane. It'll be interesting what we do with the description for this character, but I think it's going to be very rogue, very much its own personal army, and just kind of like, yeah, it's probably going to be a terror to all of Narnia. So yeah, there we have it. It was a lot of fun today. I hope you all enjoyed the journey we went on together. I'm going to put the Larry link in the chat again, in case you missed that. And that's that. I'm going to sign off. So thank you all so very much for tuning in. I shall see you next week, and I'm hoping we'll continue this then. So until then, catch you later. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and I'll see you next time. Bye!